Chapter 21, 21. Maturity. /n. This FIC does not mean to hurt the sentiments of any British national. The Queen is not a villain. I repeat. The Queen is not a villain. She will have a bigger role later in the story. She is acting just like any normal person would when their power is forcefully being taken from them and their family is being threatened. Now, the reason I said this is because I had a heated argument with a reviewer yesterday. He gave a bad review because the Queen was shown in a bad light and he felt his sentiments hurt. He got angry because someone commented on the chapter Death to Queen, and considers the Queen powerful enough that she can destroy magical Britain. According to him, mentioning her in this fic is a sin. Now, I don't agree with his views because they are incorrect and he lacks knowledge about the wizarding world. Any public figure, whether big or small, can be criticized. Just look at the news and see what's happening to the royal family. Still, if you really like the Queen and feel she is being shown in the bad light, then you can drop or wait for a little because her role gets much better. Many of you might already be familiar with my writing style. I don't make too many evil characters. Let's continue with the chapter now. Underscore 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 underscore. The 15th of January, 1970. It was the birthday of Magnus. He was very happy for the day. Not because of the presents but because the environment was so positive. Everyone gathered for the feast. He had already cut the cake and had blown the candles. Now, it was gift unwrapping time. Everyone gifted him good books as that was what he liked. Now, it was Bobby's turn. Bobby had a thin box with him as a gift. Magnus opened it and what he found baffled him. It was a painting, but it looked more like some kind of a poster. In this painting, he was shown in a shining knight armor with fire all around him as if he was controlling the fire with the sword. "Did you draw it?" Magnus asked, bewildered. Bobby nodded, "Yes. It took me some time but in the end, it came out good." "Man, are you mad? I am going to get this mounted on the wall," Magnus decided. Magnus had no idea that Bobby was so good at painting. "You're pretty good at keeping secrets it seems." Bobby awkwardly smiled and whispered, "I always wanted to do this but due to money problems, I never asked for a painting kit. I just used to make pencil sketches." "Why didn't you ask me? I had a kit lying in the house even when I'm not even 1% as talented as you." "But what's done is done, let's eat now," Magnus said. The life of a 5th grader can't be exciting as there wasn't much happening. Although Magnus had faced some really weird things and had found magical powers, that still did not change the fact that he was a kid. So, his days were simple with a decided schedule. He had started to suspect that Arthur had nothing left to teach him and was now just speaking gibberish, but he was not going to throw the portrait. It was the last proof of Arthur that he lived once. He was also kind of funny sometimes. Magnus had also been physically practicing a lot. But he never did any weightlifting. All he did was the wooden sword practice and a lot of running. Even his dad and Bobby had become fit, with Bobby becoming less chubby and Adam losing his beer belly and again showing off his abs. Grace loved it as she was still as pretty as before they got married. Along with this, he spent time studying and before he knew it, it was the end-term exams in June. Magnus and Bobby easily topped them with full marks in all subjects. Then there was the examination for 7th grade, which would allow them to jump to 8th grade. Magnus had his suspicions when he and Bobby were not made to sit with other 7th graders, instead sent to a different room with 2 teachers. When Magnus saw the papers, he realized that it was much tougher than a normal 7th grade exam. But it was easy for him. He glanced at Bobby and saw him relaxed. Tilda, let's hope he will pass too. Well, if he fails I can still refuse to jump grades. Magnus thought. After 2 hours, Magnus was done with his exam. He looked at Bobby, who was also done and was smiling at him. The teachers took their papers and left the room. How was it? Magnus inquired. Easy peasy. I think I have become too smart, thanks, Mag. Bobby said proudly. Bam asterisk. Magnus lightly knocked Bobby's head. Don't get too proud of yourself. You still can't solve the 8th grader problem. I am already at the 10th grader level. I will be leaving in the next September, but before that, I want you to at least learn 10th grader subjects. Wait. Man, my brain is going to explode with so much studying, but I guess it is also fun. I like feeling challenged while studying. Let's go, I got extra lunch money from Mum, let's eat something good to celebrate. Bobby offered and dragged Magnus. At the cafeteria, they bought some flavored milk and sandwiches. Junk food wasn't allowed there, so they were limited to these. They sat away from all the other kids. Most kids of their class respected them as the two were intelligent and also Magnus had saved them. But that was not the case with other kids, as many saw them with envy. Some envied Magnus for being famous and some Bobby because he was Magnus' friend. Mag, will you send me some cool magical stuff when you get there? Bobby questioned with a low voice. Sure, I will send you fun things, but I will have to find a way to make it so only you could use or see it. I read the laws. Wizards under 17 can't perform magic outside the school or they will be traced and expelled. Magnus revealed. Whoa, for the first time I am feeling lucky to not be going with you. That school feels like a prison to me. Bobby muttered. Who knows, I will get the letter next year. Only then can I officially start looking around. Magnus said. Magnus never got to meet Sirius again. He even went to the front of his house and camped for a few hours, but nobody came out. So, he gave up, knowing that he would eventually meet him. In a few weeks, the result of the exams also came. Magnus and Bobby had scored even more than the topper of 7th grade. So, they both were promoted to 8th grade. The principal was happy with this, not only Magnus, he even got to boast about Bobby. However, Bobby had to remind the principal to put the name Brandon in the newspaper and not Bobby. But, his warning was not very effective and the principal forgot. He still got the name Bobby in the newspaper. It was a headache for the principal now, as there was no kid officially by the name Bobby in the school. So, another newspaper article was published, this time with the right names. Magnus had days of laughter whenever he saw Bobby's frustrated face. In the coming days, they spent most of their time studying. Magnus had to do extra as he was also studying Hogwarts subjects. But, slowly, it became easier. Slowly, Magnus' 11th birthday arrived and he couldn't be happier about it, as he knew he'd probably be able to perform magic. The 14th of January, 1971. Magnus went to sleep with a big smile on his face. Tomorrow was going to be his 11th birthday. But, for some reason, Magnus couldn't sleep at night. All he did was roll left and right. Arthur's portrait saw all this happening. He must be dreaming of some pretty girls. In reality, Magnus was asleep, but he was rolling in the bed because of something happening to his body. It was a natural human reaction. What the? Magnus' eyes shot open. He quickly checked under his pajamas. He checked under his underwear too. There, he felt wet and sticky. He switched the lights on and saw what it was. White sticky slimy liquid. He put his hand in and touched it with his finger. He was certain that it did come out of his pee-pee as he had felt it coming out. So this is what semen looks like, Magnus exclaimed. He was thankful that he knew about this, or else, he might have thought he had some kind of disease or something. Bway ha ha ha. Arthur started laughing. What? This is a normal human body reaction. Magnus defended his dignity. No, no, I am not making fun. Little Magnus, now you have turned from a boy to a man. Tell me, were you dreaming of some pretty lady? Arthur asked. Magnus sighed and joked, I'm not a pervert like you, I wasn't dreaming anything. But, I guess this marks my birthday then. Then he got out of bed in frustration. I'll need to wash them, can't have Mum or Dad notice this. I still want to be respected in this house. What respect? You're a kid, Arthur argued, but was ignored. Magnus went to the bathroom secretly and washed his underwear. But, then he needed to dry it. He returned to his room and closed the door with the lock. Okay, let's try it. He sat near the window and held the underwear in one hand. With the other, he tried to create a fire as he was 11 years old now. He concentrated a lot, just as the mysterious voice had told him a year and a half ago. Smoke came, then sparks, and then finally, a small amount of fire appeared on his hand. It was tiny, the same as fire from a cigarette lighter. He focused more and finally, it increased to a decent amount. He dried his underwear with the fire. But, after 30 minutes of usage, he felt tired. Arthur, though, was left speechless. Seriously? The first thing you do with that amazing magic is dry your wet underwear. Magnus put on the dried underwear, anything to protect my honor. Now, I feel like fainting, so I'm going to sleep. Stay quiet. Arthur just shook his head. Tilda, he's even crazier than me or Merlin. Tilda. Arthur's words gained more credibility when Magnus suddenly exclaimed while half asleep, oh no, I think I burned a hole in my underwear. I can feel the air touching my butt. Okay, we are very close to Hogwarts now. Tomorrow, I will officially be starting the Hogwarts arc that will run for many chapters. Until now, we were at the arc called Magical Maturity, degree. XXXXX. Oh, make one dot. Magnus finds a cat that turns out to be a certain god of chaos. If you have not read my old fic called Grandpa Universe in Multiverse, then skip this part. Magnus headed to his home for the Christmas dinner. Bobby followed him behind. Moo! They suddenly heard a cat in the bushes. So they followed the noise and soon came to find a thick cat, with grey fur and blue stripes on it. The cat had a big creepy smile. Or, looks like someone abandoned it. Magnus felt bad for it and tried to pick it up. Asterisk bam asterisk. The cat slammed the arm away. Mother Fuka, don't touch this god. Whoa, I can talk to cats, Magnus exclaimed. But Bobby shook Magnus' shoulder. I can hear him too. What? Magnus looked back at Bobby and then at the cat. Can you talk? He asked. The cat majestically stood up on its back legs. Of course I can, I am Hats, the god of chaos. That bastard gorilla sent me here while I was asleep. You smell similar to that old lizard. Now, pick this god up. Magnus did as asked and picked him up by his nape, just like a mother cat does. It was very embarrassing to Hats. "Mwah! What are you doing?" he shouted. "Ha, with such an attitude, you can't be anything but a kitten. Come, I'll give you some milk." Magnus replied with a smirk. "How rude, I am a god, you know. But I guess milk will do." So, Hats lived with the family. But he never spoke in front of Magnus' parents, and only got pampered by Grace. He started to get fatter more and more. Then one day, he got bored and told Magnus to take him for a walk. So, with Bobby along, they went out. But, in their way, they came across a few people, walking in a group. They all had leather-hooded coats. "Aha, that's interesting. Take me there, mortal." "Ah, this reminds me of my adventures with Ajax. The boy has grown up and got some kids now. You know, I have the most beautiful wife in Omniverse. Well, she's as pretty as my grandma." Hats babbled continuously. Soon, they arrived in an old underground bunker. They slowly sneaked close to the door. "Why are you being so scared? I am a god. Follow me." Hats suddenly jumped from Magnus' arms and barged into the bunker. Asterisk boom asterisk. "FBI FBI. Open up!" Hats shouted. Magnus immediately pointed out the floor. "This is the UK, no FBI here." Hats smirked. He, that's where you're wrong, kiddo. Guys. They don't look friendly." Bobby shouted. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. All of a sudden, a green flash of light came and hit Hats. But, the fat cat was unfazed. He turned back to the group of people. They were sitting around a large dining table, with a snake-like man sitting on one end. "All right, who tickled me?" Hats asked with a large creepy smile. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Another light came, but this time, Hats stopped it with his palm and sent it back with 100 times intensity. "Ah, I remember now. Grandpa told me about this. You are Voldemort, right? Who might you be? I've never seen an intelligent cat beast. Perhaps, I'll make you my pet." Voldemort stood up. Hats smirked evilly. "You must be feeling so invincible because of your Horcrux, right?" "It's Horcrux." Hats interrupted him. "I know what it is. But, for you, it is Horcrux. I mean, you have put your soul inside different things. That's nasty. You know, sweet little Amy taught me a trick. Accio Horcrux." In an instant, 3 different items appeared in front of Hats. Now, who was going to be a pet? Hats stepped on them one by one, destroying them. Voldemort cowered in fear and started taking steps back. What are you? Monster. Ha ha, look at your own face first. Okay, enough playing, you can't run away anyway. I will cast my best magic on you. I made this spell. Beep boop bitch, I'ma kill this man witch. Hats said his weird spell. In fact, it was just his normal power behind fancy words. Asterisk ZZZZZ, asterisk. A lightning bolt came out of Hats' palm and started frying Voldemort. Hats laughed, "Mwah ha ha. Unlimited power ah." Magnus was horrified. "Stop, why are you killing him? Kid, he's a Dark Lord. He likes killing people and was aiming to kill all non-magical humans. I am a god, you stay back. This is under my jurisdiction." Hats clarified. "Okay, The rest of you will be permanently turned into mouses. Oh, did I tell you, I have told the neighborhood cats to gather here in an hour. Hats punished the rest. Then he jumped back into Magnus' arms. Take me back to my home, human. He ordered. That's my home, you're just a freeloader. Magnus huffed. Hats just knew the trick to make Magnus happy. Here, take this gold coin. Be my human and I will give you 1,000 more. Magnus' eyes shined bright. Nice. Hats sighed, I knew it. You are just like that old lizard. Hey, what about me? Bobby voiced. Hats looked at him. Here, a cheeseburger for you. Wicked, thanks. *nom****. Bobby was happy. Hats sighed. Hey, one is an old lizard 2.0 and the other is a simpleton like Thea. What a weird combination. Can I have another burger? Bobby asked the next minute. Sure, here you go my fat human. Hats obliged. Oh make ends. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 22. What a mess. Magnus woke up the next morning. Still feeling cold air touching his buttocks, he realized what had happened last night was real. He had truly achieved puberty. Not something to boast about, this just meant he was going to be attracted to the opposite sex in the future. Arthur, do you have a technique to ignore pretty females? He inquired. Of course, I have plenty. The best one is to jerk off 5 times a day. When there's nothing left in your balls, you won't feel the need to unload it into someone. Arthur replied while making a face as if he was remembering the good old days. Magnus nearly vomited. What is wrong with you? You're talking to an 11-year-old kid. You are not the greatest king, you are the greatest pervert. Magnus scolded Arthur. He got up and went downstairs. It was his birthday and as always they were going to have a small feast. Mummy. He happily gave a hug to his mom. Then to his dad. Happy birthday sweetie. Grace lovingly ruffled his hair. Mag, you're growing too fast. Already reaching my chest. Adam noticed his height. Of course, it's pancake power. He jokingly replied, making Grace laugh. Mummy, I'm gonna help you cook today. He decided out of the blue. Oh really? You don't want to read books? She asked him, as that was usually what he did. I think I've read enough of them. I can easily pass high school if I want, Mom. Magnus assuredly answered. That's so sweet. Come, I will show you how to cook a good meal. She was over-enthusiastic about it now. Soon, Magnus was covered in the dough but it was all worth it. He really enjoyed it. In the end, he made himself some pancakes for breakfast. They were nowhere near as perfect as what his mom made but fruits of self-labor were always sweet. Later, he happily went back to his room to see if he could produce fire from his hand again. He always kept a small cup filled with water in case he messes up and starts a fire. He sat on his chair and this time tried to create fire in both his palms. It took him a few minutes, but he was indeed able to make a small amount of fire. He realized that he needed to focus a lot to do this. Maybe I should meditate or something to increase my focus. Now, let's see if I can make fire from my mouth and feet. He decided. First, he tried it with his feet. Feet don't have as good blood circulation as other parts of the body, so he was a bit skeptical that it would work. Asterisk zip asterisk. See that? There was a spark. I guess I am still not strong enough to do this. Okay, let's try with the mouth. Foo-oo-oo-oo-oo. Foo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. No, only smoke comes out. So just reaching 11 does not make you fully stronger. Well, I'll be having enough time in the school. He thought to himself and stopped practicing as he realized he had spent too much time at it. Soon, the doorbell rang and he ran downstairs. He knew it was most likely Bobby. But when Bobby and Magnus came to his room, Bobby quickly exclaimed, "Mag! You won't believe what I saw." "What?" Magnus asked back. I was walking with my mom towards the bank when I noticed something strange in a telephone box. Mag, the man inside it went down from it as if it was an elevator. What the hell, Mag? Bobby was non-stop speaking. Did they see you watching them?" Magnus asked. "No, I was looking at them from inside the bank, through the window. There were two people, one with long blonde hair and the other with dark." Bobby revealed. They could be anything, the magical people or some intelligence agency. Don't talk about this to anyone, Bobby. When I will get into the new school, I will learn about all this. But, make sure you don't get your memory wiped after being caught. He warned him. Bobby nodded. He didn't want any trouble. "I won't." "Oh, happy birthday." "Ha ha, now you remember why you came here." "Well, I got something to show you. Look at my palm." He showed off his flames. "Woo-oo-ah, that's so cool. You can cook the food right on your hands now, no need to pay for cooking gas." Bobby exclaimed with joy. Magnus' brows furrowed. "Yes, we can do that. But I can also use it to fight." When he heard that, Bobby's face fell. "You will go away this year. I will get really bored." Asterisk pat pat asterisk. Magnus patted his shoulder and said, "No, Bobby. This is your chance. Become the best in studies and assert dominance over all students. Create your own gang of followers, of those who are smart, athletic, with influential family background. I'm sure it will benefit you later a lot. Also, when we both will start a business in the future, we can use all these connections and followers." Bobby nodded. "Where did you read all this stuff?" "Well, Sirius left a dumb book with me. It was about the theory of blood purity. It was all racist literature, but the only good thing in it I found was that the smartest and the strongest rules the lesser smartest and strongest. So, I thought that even if we want to do good, we must become apex leaders." Magnus explained. Bobby's jaw hung open. "Wicked, but I'm not as good as you, so you're gonna have to help me every once in a while." "Of course, we are brothers for life, Bobby. I will also need to earn a lot of money because I want to fulfill my mummy's dream of owning her own hospital. I will gift her the biggest and best private hospital in the world. What about you? Do you have any dreams?" Magnus asked him. Bobby thought for a second. I just want my dad's business to become successful and let them have some rest. Then we shall do all of that. Magnus motivated him. Mag, come down here. Grace's voice came, inviting them for dinner. They went downstairs and had a small family feast. This time, Bobby's parents did not come. Magnus went into full expert mode as he had less time now. He had memorized the books of all Hogwarts subjects till 4th year. He had also mastered high school level subjects. Now, his main focus was to cram all that high school knowledge into Bobby's head, so that he can have a head start at whatever he did in life. From what Bobby had been studying and mastered, it was known to all that he was going to skip the 9th grade and get to 10th get directly this year. This means that by the age of 13, Bobby would have finished high school. For a 13-year-old to be around 16 or 17 years old was going to be a challenge. They would absolutely bully him because he was younger and better than them. So, he had helped Bobby learn some fighting. Magnus' father also helped them and taught them some military moves. To Magnus, Bobby was more like a younger brother to him. Because since kindergarten, he had seen Bobby getting bullied, being sad or ostracized by others because of his dirty clothes. Since then, he had stayed by his side and had helped him whenever possible. Now, he was leaving his little brother behind, so of course he was slightly worried and was going to make sure everything was perfect. He didn't want all the progress and mental strength Bobby had grown to be destroyed by some good-for-nothing bullies. All in all, Magnus was very protective of his family, and for some reason, this instinct has been growing stronger since the time he received his magical powers. Bobby, it is July now. I will be getting the letter to Hogwarts soon. Do you remember all I taught you? Magnus asked. Yup, worry about yourself now, Mag. You are going into uncharted territory with no prior experience. Bobby argued. That is true, but I have a feeling everything will work out, Magnus replied. What followed after this was an excited Magnus, opening the door every day when someone rings the doorbell, hoping to get the letter. But nobody came. After a few days, he just stopped caring. Hogwarts. Mrs. McGonagall was sitting in a chamber where the Book of Admittance was kept. It was that time of the year when the letters were sent out. Those with earlier magical heritage were sent an owl, and the Muggles were given a letter by a Hogwarts faculty because explaining it to Muggles was very hard. She does this every year and had gotten very good at it. While reading the names of the soon-to-become first years, she stumbled upon a strange name. She jolted up, realizing it was the name Dumbledore had told her to keep an eye out for. She quickly closed the book and went to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was there, but nobody knew what he actually did while staying inside. She excitedly entered. Professor, I found it. The name you were looking for. But I believe there is a slight altercation. What's the matter, Minerva? Does he not have Pendragon in the name? Dumbledore asked from his seat behind the table, looking like an old knowledgeable man. No, it indeed has Pendragon, but what concerns me is one of his middle names. In the book, his full name is Magnus Grant Emrys Pendragon. Albus, wasn't this the surname of Great Wizard Merlin? She asked him with a little tint of excitement in her voice. Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes shined brighter than 1,000 nukes. The old fox had his brain running on overdrive. Minerva, leave his letter here. I will personally go to meet him. He decided. McGonagall was taken aback but didn't disagree. The principal had every right to go and meet the kid's parent to teach them about magic. Magnus home. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Coming. Magnus shouted from his room and came running. Magnus opened the door and was taken aback. There it was, a tall old man with a domineering air around him, in white old robes that looked prettier in museums. Then there was the weird pointy cap. Whoa! Your beard is magnificent. Magnus muttered the first words that came to his mind after seeing the man. The old man chuckled and replied, "Well, thank you for the compliment. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Magnus, do you have your parents at your home?" Dumbledore asked nicely. Magnus' jaw was hung open. He had gotten quick and to the point whenever he spoke nowadays, so he spoke whatever comes to his mind. "That is a very long name." "Tilda, your name is just one word shorter than mine, boy. Tilda Dumbledore thought internally but didn't say it aloud. He was still assessing Magnus. He could very well feel great untapped power inside him, likes of which he had not felt even in himself or in him. From the way Magnus spoke, he seemed quick but not arrogant, signs of a good upbringing. Before coming here, he had checked out his family background. So, he knowingly came at the time when Magnus was alone and his parents were about to come back home. If Magnus had just had Pendragon in the name, then he may not have so overzealously tried to meet him, but now, as he had the name of Merlin too, he couldn't ignore it. Magical history knew that Merlin and Arthur were close like two brothers, so it was not too suspicious if Magnus had inherited both of them. But one thing he was sure, that it was not natural inheritance. Magnus received it by some method. He was not interested in knowing it, as the result was in front of him, and if Merlin's inheritance saw Magnus fit, then he had no problem either. Merlin was known to be a wizard who advocated peace and equality, something he believed in too. Also, Dumbledore was now planning on grooming Magnus to become a person like Merlin when he grows up and lead the magical world to new heights of harmony, peace and advancement. Only if he knew how cunning the real Merlin and Arthur were. "No, Mum and Dad will be coming home soon. Do you have the letter with you? I need to know if you are really the person from Hogwarts," Magnus demanded. He was not going to let a stranger enter his home just like that. But Dumbledore was baffled. He had read the records. Magnus was a Muggle with a Muggle family. He shouldn't know about the letter. "Do you know about the magical world?" Dumbledore asked. Magnus nodded. "Yes, my friend is also magical. His name is Sirius. Sirius Black. Well, he's a good lad. Much better than the rest. Does anyone else know about this?" Dumbledore inquired more. Magnus shook his head. "No, I didn't even tell my parents." Dumbledore nodded and handed Magnus the letter. He could only take Magnus' words at face value because he was not foolish enough to try to look inside his head. He had seen what the curse of Merlin was doing to the royal family. He didn't want to face the ire of the old legend. Asterisk casket sound asterisk. It was Adam. He ran out of his car and shouted, "Stay away from my son. Magnus, go back in and call the police. There is circulation going on that a pedophile is roaming around this neighborhood." Magnus looked at his dad and then Dumbledore's annoyed face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dumbledore was also annoyed because it was the first time someone labeled him a pedophile. Well, not the first, but still, he was not that and didn't like being called that. "Mr. Grant, I am not who you think I am. I am the headmaster." Dumbledore defended himself. But Adam pulled out his gun. "Step away from the door and my son." Dumbledore just realized that it was not the best decision to come here when Magnus was alone, especially when the parents were army personnel, who were overprotective of their child. What a mess. Underscore 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 /n. This was a fun chapter to write. Dumbledore in the story is not the evil guy. He is this same old scheming senile old fool. You can see Dumbledore on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 glass of milk. Effect, makes you a good boy. Give a review if you like reading this fic. Law of equivalent exchange. You give stones, I give chapters. Just do it. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 23. I want to learn magic. This was getting out of hand and Magnus knew it. So, he tried to defuse the situation. Dad, stop. I know him. He's the headmaster of a big school. Magnus shouted. He is. Adam was not so sure about that. Magnus then showed his dad the letter. Look, he brought this letter. Adam stared at Dumbledore for a few seconds and finally put his gun down. He walked forward and asked, which school are you from? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore replied. Adam again upholstered his gun again. What are you smoking? Magnus could only facepalm himself. This was nothing like how he expected things to go. Soon, another car stopped and Grace came out. She was surprised to see Adam, Magnus and the strange old man standing outside. What happened? She asked. Mummy, this is Headmaster Dumbledore. From Hogwarts School. Let's talk to him inside. Magnus tried to defuse the situation with the help of Grace. Really? Then why are you waiting outside? Let's get in. She said and allows everyone to enter. Dumbledore was taken to the living room by Magnus and told to take a seat. Soon, Adam and Grace also came after changing their uniforms to normal clothes. They took a seat on the bigger couch with Magnus at the center of them. So, how can we help you, Mr. Dumbledore? Grace asked. Dumbledore gave them the letter. But the way he did it was what shocked them. The letter was sitting on the middle of the coffee table, but then it flew towards Grace and fell on her lap. The two were shocked beyond belief. But they still opened the letter to see what this was all about. They thought maybe this man ran some kind of a magic trick school. Or maybe he works at the circus. Grace read it loudly. Dear Mr. Grant, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. What? But we never signed up for this and our son is not going to become an escape artist or anything, she sternly said. Dumbledore spoke, Mrs. Grant, the school is real, the magic is real. Tell me, have you ever seen some things happening around or by Magnus that you couldn't explain? Something so strange that you thought it was a hallucination or you were sleepy. This made the two parents fall silent. Grace spoke first. Yes, when he was small, I would put him on the table to change his diaper. But whenever I left him there to get something, I would always find him already following me. It was very strange as the table was half a meter high. Adam also spoke. This one time when we were eating together, Magnus' arm mistakenly touched the glass and it fell. But just a centimeter before touching the floor, the glass hovered midair where Magnus caught it quickly. I was sure I saw it stop midair. Yes, and that one time, he tried to help me cut vegetables. He clearly cut his finger with the knife, but when I checked there was no wound. However, there was still a drop of blood that was out on the vegetables. Grace added. Such weird things had happened many times to them. And that one time when he was 5, he jumped out of the moving car when I was parking. He fell face first, but to my shock, in midair, he turned back on his feet. I just thought it was normal body movement, but it was too weird to digest. Adam said. But suddenly he felt Grace staring daggers at him. Dear, why was I never informed about this? Adam felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh, it wasn't anything major, Grace. Dumbledore nodded. That is what we call accidental magic. He continued, your son is a wizard, Mr. and Mrs. Grant. We have a school specialized for kids with magic in them. It is one of the oldest schools in the world, established in 990 AD. The whole magical community has stayed hidden from normal humans for a reason. Witch hunts? Grace immediately asked. Dumbledore nodded, feeling very appreciative that at least these muggles were smart. Yes, because of the increased witch hunts and most importantly, the large-scale Salem witch trials of in Massachusetts colony of North America and Verburg witch trial of Germany. The wizards and witches went to the then British monarch William and Mary but failed to get the protection under the existing non-magical human laws. So, in 1689, the International Statute of Secrecy Law was instated. The law was laid down by the International Confederation of Wizards to safeguard the wizarding community from muggles, a term for non-magical people, and hide its presence from the world at large. Each country then set up a ministry-level department to regulate and keep the magical community a secret. This was the knowledge most Hogwarts faculty who go to Muggle houses tell. They needed to make the Muggle parents understand why they had not heard about this all this time. Do the country's leaders know about this? Adam asked. Yes, but it is a tightly closed secret. Only the Prime Minister and the Queen know. Each time a new Prime Minister comes, the Minister for Magic gives them a visit. Dumbledore explained. In that case, I guess you are pretty legitimate. But, we would like to see where you want to take our son first. Grace demanded. Dumbledore scratched his beard. That was the toughest moment. Hogwarts is a very guarded place where people who don't have magic will not feel good. Parents do come there under special cases but never so casually. However, you can still accompany your child to Diagon Alley, the wizard market where all students buy their supplies. You can confirm the existence of the magical world there. So you want to take our son away to an unknown place and expect us to be calm about it? Are you testing our limits or something? Adam questioned angrily. He was very protective of his son and wife at times. Magnus saw that things were starting to get bad. He did want to go to Hogwarts, though just now he remembered that he'd be going away from his parents too. Dad, why not visit this Diagon Alley before making up your mind? I also want to learn about these amazing abilities I have. Also, Mr. Dumbledore, is there any drawback if a child does not explore his magical abilities and tries to repress them? He inquired. Of course, he knew about it. He had read that in the books. Old Dumbledore's eyes light up as he heard that. This was a pretty good argument. He also just realized that he sucked big time in conducting these meetings. That was why he never went on them, but this time, curiosity killed the cat and he came. Yes, there is. If a young witch or wizard tries to repress their magic, then they turn into an obscurus. It is created when the child in question consciously attempts to repress their magical abilities or were forced to do so through physical or psychological abuse. This energy can manifest itself as a separate entity that can erupt in violent, destructive fury. Most obscurus don't survive to reach adulthood. Dumbledore explained with a grim face. He had his fair share of dealings with them in his young days. Both Adam and Grace looked at their son in worry. Seeing them like this, Magnus spoke. Also, I'm sure Mr. Dumbledore can assure us that I will be safe in Hogwarts. Or else, why would anybody go to that school? Tilda, is he trying to manipulate me? Tilda, Dumbledore thought secretly, and it did not leave a pleasant taste behind. Yes, I am the most senior wizard in the British wizarding community and also world-renowned for my prowess. You can rest easy, all children of Hogwarts are under my protection, and if anyone dares to hurt them, then they will have to face me first. He assured them, though he knew no matter how much he promises, he can't always save all kids, and sometimes, he may also need to let some things happen. Grace and Adam nodded. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore. We will go to this alley you talked about and see it for ourselves. Dumbledore was delighted. He wanted to get away from this meeting as soon as possible now. It was more tiring for him than a full Wizengamot meeting. I'm sure you will like that place. I shall send another faculty member from Hogwarts this Sunday because cannot enter the Diagon Alley without magic. Now, I must take my leave. He got up. Adam saw him out of the house and returned to see Magnus being hugged by Grace. This was a huge moment for their family, something so out of the ordinary had happened to them. But, for a long time now, they had a feeling that their son was not ordinary. Call it a parent's hunch or some otherworldly connection with their child. They just knew that the future had some surprises for them. But not in their wildest dreams had they thought that magic was real. Are you sure you want to go there, sweetie? Grace asked. While still in a tight hug, he nodded. Yes, Mummy. I want to learn magic. Okay. Okay. She muttered and looked at her husband's face. /N, I always wondered how a real meeting between Muggle parents and Hogwarts faculty goes. I don't think parents would so easily let their child be taken away at just 11 years of age. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. ______________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 24, 24. Poorly designed. It was July. The train to Hogwarts leaves on the 1st of September. So, Magnus had ample time to do everything he wanted. But first, they needed to get Magnus out of his school. He could have completed his high school and aced the exam by now, but he did not do that, as it would have put him under the radar of news agencies again. He valued the knowledge anyway, so it didn't matter to him anyway. Whoa, this letter looks like it was written 1,000 years ago, Bobby exclaimed while reading the Hogwarts acceptance letter of Magnus. Magnus had by now probably broken more than 10 rules of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Ha ha, I know. You should have seen the old headmaster who had come to give the letter. He looked like he was 200 years old or something. Magnus jokingly said. That can't be true, right? Bobby asked back in shock. Magnus shrugged his shoulder. Who knows, I read about a French wizard named Nicolas Flamel. It said he is more than 600 years old. Is? You mean he's alive? Holy, how did he do that? Bobby was jumping on the bed. I don't know. The book didn't say. But I am going to learn it, one way or another. I am going to that school to get knowledge, and I will make sure to squeeze every ounce of it, whether they like it or not. He firmly stated. Man, I can't imagine the awesome adventures you will be having. Bobby dejectedly said. Cheer up, I will be coming for Christmas and Easter holidays. Also, after each school year, I will have 2 months of holidays. I will show you cool magic when I return. He assured him. Then I will be waiting. I guess I can't go with you to this alley? Bobby asked. No, they might find out you are unrelated to me. But don't worry. I will buy something for you. Magnus said. Meow. Chad, where were you? You missed that old man's beard. You could have played with it. Magnus noticed his cat, sleeping under his bed. Soon, the voice of Grace came from downstairs, that someone had come to their home. It was probably the faculty from Hogwarts. Bobby, you stay here and watch television. I will return and show you all the cool stuff. Magnus told him. Bobby nodded and let Magnus go. He sat near the closed door and heard what was going on down there. Magnus was already in neat clothes. He had changed his damaged underwear too. When he reached the living room, he saw a very tall old thin lady. She sat on the sofa and drank the tea that Grace made. Grace was very happy that a lady had come, as she felt more comfortable asking the questions. Magnus saw the old lady was also wearing strange old-looking clothes. Old-style black and grey robes and a pointy hat with a feather sticking out. Her face seemed to be of a serious and strict kind of lady. But Magnus wasn't going to cower from anybody because, for one, he didn't really fear anything, even less so since he got this magic. It had for some reason had made him more daring. The second reason was that he knew he was going to a strange environment. He would surely be bullied, and if he let them do it they would never stop, so he wanted to assert dominance. A very not so humanish thought if one were to hear. Hello. He greeted like a gentleman. The old lady checked Magnus out from top to bottom. She tried to sense his magical presence, and indeed it was very distinctive. By now, she had asserted who this young man was, also, Dumbledore had briefed her. Flashback. Minerva, that boy is the future of the British magical world. He embodies my hopes that one day, all witches and wizards will be equal. He is the inheritor of Merlin. Not only that, but he has also inherited the Dragon King Arthur Pendragon. He is the rightful heir of the British throne. We must give him a good education and make him a just and upright wizard, so he can lead the magical community with his great influence. Dumbledore told her. To be honest, McGonagall was excited to hear all this. She had read the stories of both Merlin and Arthur since she was small. Now, to have the chance of teaching the inheritor of their will was a great honor. Albus, how many people know about this? Does he know this, and how will the world react to it? She asked him with worry. Calm down, Professor. Magnus does not know. But from my meeting, I have realized that he is very smart, much smarter for someone his age. Although it was not very pleasant meeting his parents, he was brilliant. To your other questions, the Queen knows about a new king, as Merlin had left behind the stone tablet with the will of Arthur. She must vacate the throne or face the ire of Merlin's ancient magic, but she does not know who it is. As for the magical world, I'm sure many will try to lure him to their side. That is why we must tread carefully, Dumbledore briefly said. She was still feeling a bit numb in the head just thinking about all this. I can't even imagine the storm it is going to create. He's going to have a massive influence. Merlin is like a god to so many wizards. Then, her eyes fell on a book in the cabinet. Are you going to give it to him? Dumbledore sighed. It's his right to have it. Besides, neither I nor my predecessors could make heads or tails out of it. It is an enigma. She nodded. He wrote it after all. Okay, I will go and meet him then. Remember, he is very smart. So don't treat him like an innocent child, although he is one. He warned her and let her go. Flashback ends. She got up and greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Grant. I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of the school, and I will be your transfiguration teacher. We should move now. She spoke in her monotonous voice. Soon, all of them got into Adam's car. McGonagall had come via apparitions and she had to join them for the ride. Mrs. McGonagall, how long have you been teaching at Hogwarts? Grace made small talk. Very long time, dear. I've been teaching for more than 44 years. She answered. What do you teach? Grace inquired. Transfiguration, McGonagall replied and took out her wand and pointed it to the small ring on her finger. She spoke a spell and turned it into a butterfly. It flew for a few seconds and then she reversed it to be a ring. That was a small example, McGonagall proudly said. Grace's face looked like she was back in her childhood and was excited. Oh, I so much wish I was also a witch. McGonagall chuckled. Dear, from what I know, you are no less than that. Saving a life by performing complex surgeries on hearts is no less than magic. Grace blushed, being praised by the old lady. Then she asked, is there medical magic too? Of course, there is a whole branch of magic dedicated to it. It can cure almost anything, from missing organs to missing bones. Anything can be grown back, McGonagall revealed. Grace had stars in her eyes. That's so amazing. Magnus, be sure to learn this at your school. Yes, Mummy, Magnus replied while rolling his eyes. Tilda, of course I will learn it. I'm going to suck Hogwarts dr. I mean the books of Hogwarts dry. Tilda, he thought to himself, though nearly slipping his tongue. The ride was not long, but he felt it was taking forever due to hearing his excited mother. McGonagall was also indulging her question and that was not helping. They soon reached Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road. It was an old-looking inn. Is this the entrance? Adam wondered. Magic can make many impossible things possible, Mr. Grant McGonagall interjected and led the way in. But when they entered, they were very much disappointed by the look of it. Leaky Cauldron was really leaking some very unpleasant stench. It also looked unmaintained. Don't you think that this place should look better? After all, for many, this is the introduction to the magical world. Don't want it to be unpleasant? Adam questioned. I can understand, Mr. Grant, but this look and condition are purposefully created in order to discourage any muggles wanting to stay here, McGonagall explained. Soon, that came to a wall. McGonagall tapped her wand on it and the bricks on it immediately started to move away, creating a path for them. And it was a sight to behold. On the other side of the wall was a bustling market. Mouths of Magnus, Adam and Grace were hung open. But it was Magnus who spoke first. Are you sure these buildings won't fall on me? They look poorly designed. Yes, they are indeed very old. But don't worry, most things you see in Diagon Alley have magic involved, so you might be deceived by just the outside look. McGonagall advised them. The three looked around at the various shops. There were many magical, unexplainable things around them. This is like a dream, Grace muttered to herself when she saw a magically moving, empty set of clothes in a shop. /n, in school, I am going to create 7 random named wizards as Dada professors. There is no info about Dada teachers in the Marauders era. You can see McGonagall and Diagon Alley on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 potion of fragrance. If TK makes you, your blood and even saliva smell like roses and lemons for 7 days. Tip, girls like this. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 25. Time wasted. She led them into the Diagon Alley. There were a lot of people. The majority wore wizard-style clothing and only a few wore modern human clothes. But still, the feeling was overwhelming. The air around the market was as if it was some kind of a festival. It is a bit crowded these days as the next term at Hogwarts will be starting soon. Most are here to buy school supplies. Now, if you will follow me. The magical world uses different currencies, which can be changed for pounds at the Gringotts Bank. She informed them and led the way to the bank. Whoa, they couldn't even make 1 single floor straight, Magnus exclaimed when he saw the white building. It looked as if a baby was playing with blocks and he stacked floors of the buildings as clumsily as possible. Magnus then read what was written on the big door of the building. But he just read the first line and the last line as it sounded too pretentious. Enter, stranger, but take heed, beware of finding more than treasure there. Magnus read it. There are treasures here. Nice. He was busy in his thoughts when he noticed two short, grumpy-looking creatures with big ears and long noses. They seemed to have some disdain for him in their eyes, as if they were just waiting for him to make a wrong move and they would pounce on him. Soon, they were led inside by McGonagall. The marble floor and the long lines of counters on both sides looked beautiful as well as domineering. Ha ha, they are short, so they made themselves high platforms. They seem to have an inferiority complex. He guessed. Who are they? They look so short and scrawny, just like my general in command. Adam asked McGonagall. McGonagall whispered to him, "Please don't say that. They are goblins, a very spiteful species. Don't disrespect them or they might make you more scrawny than themselves." Adam was taken aback. "Oh, it was not kind of me. I will keep my mouth shut." Wait, did he just smirk at me? Adam wondered when he noticed a goblin on the side. But nothing eventful happened and they were led to a normal bank teller. The tuition fee was taken care of by the Ministry for Magic, so they didn't have to worry about it. All that they needed to spend money on was supplies. So, they exchanged about £1,000. In return, they got 2,525 galleons, 1 sickle and 20 nuts. It was actually a lot of money, a lot more than they could carry in pockets. They also had no understanding of how much the money was really worth it. Was it really as much worth as it was shiny, or was it just for the show? Magnus meanwhile had his eyes glowing while looking at the stack of shiny gold coins. Deep down, in his heart, he felt the need to hug this. But he controlled the urge. "Do you want a magical pouch to store all this?" the bank teller asked. Sure, Adam immediately agreed. 2 gold galleons. The teller took 2 coins and then poured the rest into a leather pouch. All the money magically disappeared in it. Meanwhile, something else was going on in McGonagall's head. I wish I could see him taking the inheritance test. Can't imagine the look on these goblins' faces. After all, it was King Arthur who gave them the land to establish this bank here. After the currency exchange, they came out to the market. Magnus held the money pouch as it was all his. The £1,000 were from his own account. "Those goblins robbed you, Mr. Grant. That bag only costs 50 sickles. McGonagall revealed. "What? Those bastards, that's why they were looking at us with a smirk. I will go and get it back." Adam got furious. But he was respectfully stopped by McGonagall. "Don't. They will throw you out," violently. "The common rule is to never do business with goblins unless it is something they want desperately, but chances are, you'd still end up with the shorter end of the stick." However, due to their skills with money and finances, they control the wizarding economy to a large extent and run Gringotts Wizarding Bank and can be trusted in that manner. Adam sighed. This magical side of the world seems to be less and less friendly the more time we spend here. McGonagall's heart nearly panicked. She had forgotten that this was a visit and Magnus's parents had not yet allowed him to go to Hogwarts. "Oh, this is the wand shop. Mr. Grant will need a wand for the school. Let's get it first." She immediately changed the topic. So, they entered Ollivander's. At its entrance, it said since 382 BC. Magnus didn't believe it though, as he had seen such words on many shops. There was a shop that sold undergarments and on its door was since 1480. The craziest part was that the owner of the shop was an Indian immigrant, and Magnus was pretty sure no immigrant owned a garment shop in London back then, especially if he belonged to a non-Christian religion. The church was a bit too strict in those days. "Oh, welcome to the Ollivanders, the best wand maker in Diagon Alley." "Ah, hello Deputy Headmistress." An old man with untidy hair came forward. "Yes, would you please show Mr. Grant here a wand?" she requested. Of course, that's what I do." "Come here, Mr. Grant." He nudged towards him. Magnus went forward to see what happens. The man first measured Magnus's arm length. He was 4 feet 9 inches tall. Slightly taller than average 11-year-olds. You need a big one. 14 inches or maybe slightly more, peculiar, not many can handle them. But, we won't know unless we try, just wait a moment. Ollivander acted like a maniac and went to the side of his wand storage. But at the same time, he was giving a crash course on wands. A wand is the object through which a witch or wizard channels his or her magic. It is made from wood and has a magical substance at its core. But, it's the wand that chooses the wizard, so let's see what fits you. Bam *. Soon, he brought a bunch of long boxes. He picked one of them and handed it to Magnus. 15 inches, ebony wood and unicorn hair as the core. Try it, flick it. Magnus held it tightly. It was jet black in color and looked very cool. Here goes nothing. Flick boom *. The damn wand's tip exploded in front of Ollivander's face, putting ash over him. No, this is not it, Ollivander muttered. Glad you noticed, Adam remarked from a distance. Then, without even cleaning his face, he gave Magnus another wand. Try this one, 14 inches, applewood and a troll whisker as the core. They are powerful and best suited to an owner of high aims and ideals. Magnus took a long breath and flicked the wand. Whoosh *. A sudden whirlpool of air came out of it, wreaking havoc in the shop, and it was also targeted at Ollivander. He nearly went bald because of it. Certainly not. Okay, try this one. He picked another one. 15 inches, wood, with dragon heartstring as the core. Wands are among the rarer kinds, and their ideal matches are likewise unusual and occasionally notorious. Ollivander gave a description. He had hopes in his eyes and also, pain. Magnus didn't even think this time and waved it. Swoosh *. A white light came from it, but it was so much that nobody could see anything. Also, it got too hot in the shop. Slowly, the light subsided without any big damage and they looked like they had taken a sauna bath. Matching but not enough. At max 40%. It's not a good number, Mr. Grant. We need to look for more wands. Ollivander commented. Next, Ollivander showed Magnus all the wands in his shops, no matter the size, all except one. Each time it ended in Ollivander getting tormented. I'm starting to believe you came here just to torment me. Are you sure you don't already have a wand? Ollivander was panting by now. I can vouch for him, Ollivander. This is his first time in Diagon Alley. McGonagall vouched. Sigh. Ollivander went back to his fully empty storage compartments, except for one that had one last remaining wand. This wand has Hollywood. It has a phoenix feather as the core. Interestingly, the phoenix that gave this wand a feather also gave one more feather, to this wand's brother wand. Another Hogwarts student, his name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. He owns it. McGonagall stiffened hearing that. Magnus held it carefully after how much emphasis the old man had put on it. He firmly held it in his hand and gave it a flick. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. It slipped out of his hand and fitted itself directly into the mouth of Ollivander. If it had slid in any more, then the poor old man would have lost his dear life. Ollivander fell on the floor with his head supported by his arms. Why? None of them suited you. Ollivander seemed crestfallen and Magnus looked at McGonagall with a what now expression. Even she was confused as she looked at Ollivander in pity. They had spent 3 hours here and nothing had worked. You can see Gringotts and Ollivanders on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. If you see any mistakes, write them in paragraph comments. I will correct them. Thank you. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 26. Now we're equal. It took Ollivander some time to get back to his normal self after being so disheartened. He waved his wand and all the wand boxes he had taken out flew back to their places in the storage. All except one wand. It seems you are a very unique person, Mr. Grant, Ollivander commented. McGonagall nodded unconsciously. Magnus was tired now, so, what should I do now? Can I go to Hogwarts without a wand? Well, there is a thing called wandless magic, but even the best of adult wizards can't do that. You, as a first-year student, need a wand more than anyone. It seems you will have to go on wand tourism later to find the right one. Ollivander advised him. What about right now? What would Mr. Grant use in the school? McGonagall asked. For that, he will need to compromise. The U-wood, 15 inches, dragon heartstring was the only wand that somewhat seemed compatible, although just 40%. It should be enough for first-year spells. Ollivander said and showed the wand Magnus had used earlier. It was a long simple wooden wand with half the front part of it having a wood-brown color and the back part having a black color with a twisted pattern. But McGonagall was not very happy with the arrangement. The starting period of a young wizard was the most important part. Having a wand that limits one's ability would even make a powerful budding wizard turn into a below mediocre one. But, they didn't have any choice for now. She was going to inform Dumbledore about this later. How much for this? Grace asked quickly. She was too bored by now. 2 galleons. It isn't a good wand for him and so I can't charge you the full cost. Young man, when you find a compatible wand, do show it to me. I want to see what it has that I didn't have. Ollivander said. Magnus tiredly just gave the money and left the shop with the mediocre wand. Next is the uniform. Here, dear. This is the list of all the things that need to be bought. I believe you can do that on your own. I have some work nearby. I will help you get back to London when you are done. McGonagall left them. Adam held the paper in his hand. Madam Mackin's Robes for All Occasions is the name of the shop. Magnus bought the dress and also most of the equipment written in the notes. 1 cauldron, 1 set of glass or crystal phials, 1 telescope, 1 set of brass scales. Well, we have Chad, so I guess I'll just make him my pet in my school years. Now it's the book, Magnus muttered while reading the notes. He had already sent his parents to the nearby sweets shop to try different food. The main reason being that he already had the books till 4th year, and if his parents found out, they would scold him because it would imply he already knew about magic and Hogwarts before Dumbledore came to their house. He went to the Flourish and Blots and ordered books for the 5th, 6th and 7th years. They were fairly easy to get. He didn't ask for any specified subject. He took books for all subjects of the 6th and 7th years. My father is setting up a personal library. So, I want to buy all the books possible. Miss, can I have all the books related to arithmancy, biology, charms and spells, chemistry and physics, cooking and house care, divination, healing and healthcare, history, study of ancient runes and magical theory, and finally the magical laws? I want all books related to these subjects, he demanded. He was not joking when he said he was going to suck the knowledge dry. It didn't matter if he was good at all these fields or not, what mattered was that the knowledge was in his head. There was also the Hogwarts library remaining. The shop assistant looked at him with a shocked face. Tilda, he's a whale customer. Oh God, my bonus is going to be huge. Tilda. Yes, please wait, it may take some time. Do you have something to carry them, or should we supply it to you? The assistant asked. No, please make arrangements and put them in something portable, Magnus respectfully replied. The assistant quickly got to work. For her, an 11-year-old buying like crazy was not too shocking, as she had faced many young masters from rich families. They spend money just because they can, not because they need something. It took the assistant 20 minutes to gather all the books with the help of magic. To Magnus's surprise, in the end, the total number of books came out to be 97. All of them were put inside a small expandable trunk. Mr. Grant, the bill is 521 galleons. I have given you a sufficient discount. There are some very advanced books that cost you this much, the assistant nervously said, hoping that Magnus would not just deny now after hearing the price. Just 97 books. I expected it to be more. Well, doesn't matter. I will have more in Hogwarts. Here. Magnus gave the money without haggling down the price. The sales assistant couldn't be happier. Please come again next year, we will have more books. Sure, thanks. He left after that. His trip to Diagon Alley was complete. He found his parents eating some ice cream. Magnus then remembered he needed to buy something for Bobby. So, he bought one magical watch that tells you the mood of the people around you, and also a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Dad, let's go back. We got all the stuff we needed, he informed. Yes, let's go back now. Ah, there is Mrs. McGonagall. Soon, they were escorted back to Leaky Cauldron. McGonagall left them there after handing Magnus a train ticket. Then the Grant family jumped into the car and drove back home. Bobby was still there. So, Magnus took him to his room and showed him the cool stuff and also his wand. Here, this watch is for you, and also this box of candies. He handed over the gifts. Bobby immediately picked one bean from the box and ate it. Phoo, what the hell, that tasted like 5-year-old dried cat vomit. Wait, how do I know that? Bobby blurted. Magnus laughed. Ha ha ha, magic, my friend. These candies are really all flavored. They don't just have the good ones but bad ones too. Why would anyone torture themselves like this? Bobby wondered. Maybe because it is exciting. Not knowing what taste may come next. Magnus deduced. After that, they played for another hour and then Bobby went to his home. Adam dropped him off. Magnus started to organize his things to leave in a few weeks. Hey, kid, do you have time to talk? Arthur suddenly spoke. Magnus was surprised. Since when did you become so formal? Ha, it's about that kid, Bobby. After you left, he still sat here, on the bed for 2 hours. Didn't move and just looked upset. Does he really not have any other friends? Arthur asked. Smile from Magnus' face vanished. Did he cry? No, but I'm sure he was close to it, Arthur answered. Yes, he does not have friends. He's like those introverted people that once you know them they turn out to be very fun. He's very conscious about himself and what people talk about around him, that's why he doesn't make any friends as he finds everyone to be fake. Magnus explained. Poor kid, Arthur sympathized. But I trust him. I have big plans for him because I know he has the potential to become great, but first I need to ascertain my situation. You're not telling me anything, so I have to do something. Magnus said. You'll know everything soon. When did you find out something was wrong? Arthur inquired with interest. Since the time Sirius told me he had never known someone who could make fire from their hands. Also, I am not that dumb to not realize that something was going on when the headmaster of the school, also the strongest wizard currently known, came to my house to give me the letter. I am neither from a magical family nor an influential family. But, seeing how they are reacting, I'm sure it is something big. All I can guess is that you are somewhere involved in it. I checked out the stories on you. You are the Dragon King Arthur Pendragon. Surprisingly, people in the magical world consider you real. Magnus said at length. Ah, good to hear someone remembers me. Arthur took a sigh of relief. In the coming days, Magnus stayed with his family and played with Bobby. The 4 weeks went by very fast and it was now time for him to go. He came to the King's Cross station in London with his mother and father. Magnus had read the books about entrances to Hogwarts, so he knew about platform 9 3/4. They soon arrived where Magnus and his parents saw some kids heading straight into the wall and instead of colliding with it, they disappeared. It was still a very magical experience for all of them. On the platform, non-magical parents were also allowed, so Magnus looked at his parents. Mummy, Dad, hold on to my back and follow me. Do not hesitate. Both of them nodded and did as asked. They ran into the wall together and immediately came out on the other side. In front of them was a huge steam engine, looking as classy as it used to in the old days. Adam, who was a mechanical engineer, nearly cried seeing the things. What a beauty! Grace, on the other hand, looked at the whole platform. It was not too crowded. I guess we came a little early, Grace deduced. You two taught me, better be early than late, so here we are. Magnus quoted their own words. They went towards one of the carriages. He looked at his parents. I'll see you at the Christmas holidays then. Grace immediately teared up. We are going to miss you so much, Mag. It will become so boring at home. Adam nodded. Yeah, no troublemaker, how will I be entertained now? Magnus laughed. Ha ha, Dad, are you sure I am the troublemaker of the house? He hugged both of his parents tightly. This was the first time he was going to stay away from them. He was just feeling a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, his parents were feeling nervous, sending their 11-year-old away. "Sweetie, promise to write me a letter every 2 days," Grace said while caressing his face. "Yes, Mummy. I promise, if I can, I will write them daily," he happily assured. "Good, focus on your studies and become a great wizard." "Do you have the lunchbox I packed for you?" she asked him. "Yes, I got it with me." He showed her his small expansion pouch. Adam then patted his head. "Be good, and be sharp, Mag. If any trouble comes, immediately inform us." "Yes, Dad. Now stop worrying about me." "Okay, I should go and find myself a good seat. Take care, you two." He kissed their cheeks and walked towards the door. Grace and Adam looked at him walking away. Grace sighed, "He's growing so fast. I hope he does not change too much. I have a feeling he is not going to change no matter how old he gets. He loves us too much." Adam responded. Magnus dragged his luggage and the cat cage and entered through the door of the carriage. But, as soon as he crossed the door, he felt as if he had passed through an invisible waterfall, except instead of water, it was heavy air. He felt his whole body getting covered in this waterfall, but he immediately heated his body and made it not touch his skin at all. He had no idea what it was and decided to ask about this later on. He looked for an empty cabin and soon found one. However, just when he was about to enter, his suitcase bumped into someone's leg. He was looking sideways so he didn't know who was standing in front of him. He looked and found it to be a tall boy, with a proud face and long blonde hair. He wore typical dark-colored wizard robes. There was disdain in his eyes. "TSK. Look where you're going, filthy mudblood." The blonde boy cursed at Magnus. Now, Magnus knows what this term means. He had read it in the history of magic. It was no less offensive than the N-word. Magnus was going to apologize, but now it was different. Also, as it was known to most, Magnus wasn't afraid of anyone. He couldn't just let someone bully him like this. He had decided on this a long time ago. Achoo! Magnus sneezed as loudly as possible. His saliva droplets were now all over the tall blonde boy, who now looked disgusted. "Ah, that was one big sneeze. Sorry about that, but hey, look at the bright side, now that you have breathed in my sneeze droplets, does this make you a filthy mudblood too? I guess now we're equal." "Ha!" Magnus talked back to him with a smirk and scoffed at the end. "Now if you'll excuse me." He slid open the door of the empty cabin and entered to take a seat. The tall boy was left speechless by the audacity of this kid. He was a senior, the head boy of Slytherin. How could he allow himself to be disrespected? He'd be taking down his family name if he let this go. "You." But he swallowed his words because he saw some students coming in. He couldn't let them see him act so ungracefully. "I'll deal with you later." He decided after staring daggers at Magnus, who seemed not bothered by him. Unknown to Magnus, two boys sitting in the cabin next had listened to the whole exchange and were trying to hold their laughter as hard as possible. __________________________________________________________________ _// any guesses on who the blonde boy is? I also feel very sad for Bobby, the poor guy is going to be lonely now. You can see the wand, ticket, Hogwarts Express, train compartment and the blonde boy on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 box of Grace's special pancakes. Effect, a mother's blessing. You will score excellent marks in all exams. You give me stones, I will give you chapters. The gorilla. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 27, 27. Train ride. After a brief encounter with the silver blonde-haired arrogant man, Magnus had already forgotten about it. Why? Well, because he was hoping for the train to just start already so he could eat his favorite pancakes made by his mummy. He looked out of the window. His parents had gone by now and the platform was also getting very crowded. Home, the time of departure must be near. To tackle his boredom, he took out a book to pass some time. He was not interested in the whole subject but just one potion. Door slides open. Excuse me, are these seats taken? A red-haired girl voiced from the door. Behind her, a black shoulder-length haired, shallow-skinned boy stood. No, you can sit wherever you want, Magnus replied and focused on his book. The black-haired boy stared at him for quite a while after he saw the book Magnus was reading. It seemed as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself after seeing how happily Magnus was reading it. He was going to say something snarky anyway and ruin the mood. Hi, I am Lily Evans. The red-haired girl immediately put her hand forward as soon as she sat. Magnus was not going to be rude to kind people. He shook it. Hello, I am Magnus Grant, and aren't you two a bit too young to be dating? What? No, we're not dating. Lily immediately denied, though she was blushing. Oh, I'm sorry then. What about you? What's your name? Magnus asked the boy, who obviously had a crush on the girl, as noticed by Magnus when he shook Lily's hand. Severus Snape evidently shook hands with him. Oh, your hands are cold, Severus Magnus exclaimed, retracting his hand. But Snape was disdainful for another reason. Rarely do people start calling strangers by their first name. He was expected to be called as Mr. Snape. He clearly lacks a good upbringing. Ah, wait. I think I have seen you before. Lily exclaimed and stared at Magnus' face intently. After a few seconds, she got it. Why, you are the boy from the newspaper and the television. You got that award for saving people from bus fire. Magnus puffed out his chest. I guess I am a celebrity now. I was a passenger on the bus so I had to. Only a fool would put his life in danger like that, Severus commented. Magnus shook his head. No, Severus, when you have the ability to do something and you still don't do it, that is when one is truly a fool. Sev, he's right. He was not even scratched. The Queen gave him the medal herself. Lily non-stop spoke. Well well well, what do we have here? Our mighty hero. Suddenly a known voice came from the door. Magnus smiled without even looking. I was waiting for you to show up, Sirius. Sirius smiled widely and sat beside Magnus immediately and put one arm on his shoulder. Magnus, I thought we were friends, why didn't you tell me you were a big guy among the muggles? It's all temporary. Now that I'm going to Hogwarts, they'll forget me. Magnus answered. Ah, Magnus, meet this guy here, James Potter. He's a pretty funny guy. Wait. Magnus. Do you know that blonde guy? Sirius asked with a serious face. Should I? Magnus asked back. ****. He was Lucius Malfoy, heir of one of the sacred 28 families. He's also the head boy of Slytherin. Sirius explained. Magnus shrugged, so what? He called me mudblood and I retaliated. Also, last I know, this word was not allowed to be spoken by Hogwarts students. I'm sure if Dumbledore finds out, he'd be on my side. You know that old man? This time James asked. Of course, he came to give me the acceptance letter, Magnus answered as if it was a simple thing. Sirius suddenly held Magnus by his arms and shook him hard. What did you do? Exist, I guess. He answered. Sirius again shook him. Come on, tell the truth. I guess I'm also very intelligent. I've already finished the books you gave me. Magnus said, fixing his shirt. Sirius's shoulders fell as he heard that. Monster, you finished them all. Are you kidding me? No, I recall every word of every line in those books. In fact, I've also been practicing. Magnus immediately took out his wand and cast a spell on Sirius, immediately turning his curly hair into clown red hair and a clown makeup on his face appeared. Ha 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 ha. James started laughing loudly. What? Sirius asked him. Ha ha, look at your face. James pointed. Sirius stood up and looked at himself in the mirror fixed in the cabin. Damn you, Mag. He cursed. I was just showing you my magical prowess, no hard feelings. Also, this wand is incompatible with me. Ollivander couldn't find one for me. Magnus said. Stop joking around, he always has wands for everyone, James exclaimed. No, he's telling the truth, Lily spoke up. I went there a few days ago. He was so grumpy and was constantly cursing at various wand makers and talking about not being good enough. She revealed. All eyes fell back on Magnus. Sirius took Magnus' wand and checked it out. It's bigger than normal wands. How good is it? About 40%. I am planning on going on a wand tourism trip this December. He said. Yeah, I heard they make good ones in France too. Sirius tried to help Magnus. But then his eyes fell on the book Magnus was reading. Don't tell me you are now studying 6th year's book. Potioneering at that. Did you complete all other previous years? Sirius inquired. No, I haven't finished them. I'm just halfway through the 5th year's subjects. Magnus answered. That was it. Sirius and James felt as if their souls left their body. Why are you even studying it if you haven't completed the previous ones? Snape spoke for the first time Sirius arrived. As soon as this question was asked, there were stars in Magnus' eyes. What else but Felix Felicis potion? It intrigues me how a magical liquid can affect luck, which is nothing but a game of probabilities. How does the magic potion affect the maths that run our life? Such a mystery. Do you know how hard it is to make? There are only a few people in the world who can masterfully make it. Snape argued. So what? Can I not read it? Knowledge is power, Severus, so let me just drink this knowledge. Magnus quoted. He's definitely going to Ravenclaw, he's too smart, Sirius interjected. That's the problem. He's also crazy brave, but also intelligent. Where will you go to, Sirius? James asked. My whole family has been in Slytherin, so maybe I'll break the tradition this time. Where are you headed? Sirius asked back. James proudly answered, Gryffindor, where dwells the brave at heart. Like my dad. Snape, who was hearing them, made a small, disparaging noise. It irked the two boys talking about Hogwarts houses. James turned on him. Got a problem with that? He asked. No, Snape replied and continued. If you'd rather be brawny than brainy. This statement made Sirius also attack him. Where are you hoping to go, seeing as you're neither? With that, the two laughed loudly. Much to the annoyance of Snape. What about you, Magnus? Sirius asked him. Magnus didn't like what had just happened. This was the first sign of civil war. I don't know. I'm going to Hogwarts to get all the knowledge and leave. I have a very happy family, you know. So, I don't care where I end up getting thrown to. Magnus interestingly replied. How can you say that, Mag? You must come to Gryffindor. Sirius interjected. Why? Magnus asked back. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 28, 28. Creating a storm. Well, because it is for the bravest of hearts, courageous and just, that you are Sirius said. Magnus shook his head. You are wrong, Sirius. Just mere words and joining a house does not make a man brave, his actions do. I'm sure that when the Hogwarts was made, its founders didn't want to see a day when two houses would become each other's arch-nemesis. That's like the opposite of what Hogwarts stood for. It was a place for kids to learn magic. Kids who were persecuted by the church or something. I read some history books in my free time. I believe that Hogwarts was never meant to be what it is today. Let's take the example of your brother, Sirius. He's a good boy, right? Not anything like a Slytherin. Magnus asked. That's right. He's not at all like a Slytherin. Sirius proudly acknowledged. Then when he comes to Hogwarts, what if he was put in Slytherin? Will that automatically make him bad? Because of something he has no control over. I believe that the reason why so many Slytherin have turned bad is because of the school itself. I mean, there are bad seeds on every tree. Each house has bad examples. But, what happens when you specifically target someone's inner feelings and put them in a house? They say, to be a Slytherin, one needs ambition, cunning, leadership, and resourcefulness. This is the biggest confusion for me. How does one understand the character traits of 11 years old? Sirius, we are just 11 years old. Kids of our age have brains like water. Whichever container you put it in, it'll adapt. The only reason why so many Slytherin go bad is because too many like-minded people gather there and out of them, that one bad seed easily influences them. Besides, if us students start hating each other just because of one single word, how does that make us any better than the bad folks? He's certainly a Ravenclaw. Sirius spoke to James. Magnus face-palmed himself. Did you two not even listen to me? Well, anyway. It's time to eat. Magnus took out his lunchbox. He heated it for a few seconds without anyone seeing him do it. The second he opened it, a fresh aroma attacked their noses. Everyone's stomach made noises there. Magnus laughed, ha ha, I know people can't resist this. So I brought extra. Here, eat with me. Cool. Sirius was unreserved and picked a pancake. James followed him. In the other seat, facing him, Lily and Snape sat. The two did not talk much. Here, my mum made this for me. These are my favorites. He offered. Lily shyly picked one. Then Magnus offered it to Snape. But he did not take it, instead folded his arms with a huff. Ha ha, you don't want it. It's all right, more for me then. Magnus laughed it off. Moo. Ah, I forgot about Chad. Magnus exclaimed and quickly gave the cat some food. After that, they kept talking for a while. Lily and Snape stayed quiet mostly. Magnus learned that James was also from a rich family. But not as influential as Black's. How many siblings do you have and how are they? Magnus asked Sirius. Many. They are my cousins, but we grew up in the same house, so they were like sisters to me. 2 sisters have already graduated. The eldest I would say is pure evil now. Andromeda is very kind and is like me. Narcissa is still in her 6th year and she is a mystery, but I guess she is nice. And then there is my brother. Sirius revealed. Do you have the confidence that if they were to have been sorted in another house, they would have turned out different? Magnus inquired. Sirius shook his head. No, my family would have never allowed that. They would have disowned them if they were to get sorted in another house. My family considers themselves very pure and are against anything not pure in their eyes. Once one of my cousins even tried to make it legal to hunt muggles. To my family, blood isn't as important as their ideals. Magnus rested his argument there with his arms wide open. And you still blame Slytherin? Isn't the problem the families of all these kids, who are so extreme when it comes to blood matters? I mean, if any child was to live among them, he'd also turn into them. The only solution is to make the choice of houses random instead of traits-based. James nodded. You are correct. But that is never going to happen. Many powerful people in the ministry are either blood supremacists or pawns of them. You are a muggle-born wizard, Magnus. You will not be sorted in that house anyway, so why bother? Magnus didn't say anything more. Everyone in the room was 11 years old. Although his own brain capabilities were better, it didn't mean others would understand his words. He again went back to reading the potions book, trying to understand how to make this liquid luck. On their way, Sirius and James often bickered with Snape. Snape was also not without blame. He would occasionally butt in the conversation between Sirius and James by saying something snooky. This would make the two to focus on Snape. Magnus didn't bother with them again. Oh, we should change into our uniform, Magnus exclaimed. But then he saw Lily, being a little uneasy when she heard him. "Lily, why don't you go out first? We will change first. Then we will go out." She nodded silently and went out with a blush. She was regretting not finding a cabin with girls. All the boys quickly changed their clothes. /N, in the books, there is no mention of a dress code except robes and hat. So, it is likely that in the books, they were allowed to wear anything under their robes. But, in the movies, it was made more formal. I am going with the movies because those clothes look classy. I can't imagine someone wearing shorts and a red t-shirt under their robes. Their dresses were simple, white button-up collared shirts, black pants, a sweater and robes over them. They also wore ties. All of these were simple black at the moment as they were not sorted yet. The next was Lily's turn to change. Everyone stood outside of the sliding door. But Magnus noticed James slightly turning around. *bam**. Aren't you from a big respected house? Then act like one. Magnus knocked his book on his head. Come on, man. You are no fun. James scowled. Well, if being a pervert is fun then I'd rather not have fun in my entire life, Magnus said. Ha ha. James, he's right. She's too small to be peeked at. We should go to the older students' cabins. Sirius suggested with a smile. Next, both were gone. Such degenerates, Snape commented when they were gone. Magnus raised an eyebrow. Are they? Because I'm sure I saw you trying to peek too. Snape turned his head down and didn't say anything. It was a long journey and they reached their destination in the evening. It was called the Hogsmeade Station. Magnus liked it a lot, it seemed to be straight out of a fairy tale. A small village-like place with beautiful plants on the buildings. Just as they all got out of their carriages, a huge bearded man was waiting for them. All right then, first years. This way. This way, please. Don't be shy. This way to the boats. The big man repeated the announcement a few times until all first-year students were there. I am Rubeus Hagrid, the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. Okay, let me count. 1, 2. Blimey, we're missing one. Hagrid exclaimed. Here. Coming. A thin short boy came running from the carriage. He was panting and his clothes looked disheveled. It was obvious he just wore them. Magnus looked at the thin, shorter than average, blonde boy. He could already ascertain from the way the boy was acting, that he had some confidence issues. I was. It's fine. Let's go now. Hagrid didn't make a scene and led them to the boats. Get on them in groups of 4. Be careful not to fall, it's night time and some creatures might be hungry in there. Hagrid warned, scaring most of the kids there. But soon, everyone's mouth was left hanging open. Magnus too, he was admiring the railway station earlier, now he looked at the Hogwarts and he felt like he really was in a fairy tale. The humongous, old-looking castle, with countless candles illuminating its windows. It stood on a cliff, giving it an amazing defense too. Under the bright moonlight, it was a sight to behold. Magnus felt tickles in his stomach when he thought that he'd be living here for the next 7 years. When you enjoy the view, even long rides seem short. So, before they even knew it, they had reached the castle. Magnus and Sirius were rowing the boat while James and the earlier thin blonde boy tagged along with them. Magnus and Sirius wanted to race the other boats and they were rowing like crazy, but Hagrid scolded them a bit as they came very close to hitting his boat. After that, they slowed down. They got off the boats and climbed the stairs on the cliffside. After a tiring climb, they finally came inside the building. But they were stopped by Mrs. McGonagall, who stood in front of them, on the top of the stairs, looking at them with judging eyes. Her eyes fell on Magnus, which made her a little attentive. She instinctively nodded at him. Magnus did the same by instinct. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Now before you can join the feast and take your seats, you will be sorted into one of the 4 houses. They are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Now while you're here, your house will be like family. Your triumphs will earn you points, and any rule breaking you will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup. The sorting ceremony will begin monetarily." She then turned around and led them in. The big doors opened and they were led inside the Great Hall, where rows of dining tables were already placed with senior students sitting on both sides of the tables. All of them were wearing pointy hats that Magnus hoped not to wear in his life. Magnus awed at the beauty of the hall. The ceiling looked particularly beautiful, with its enchantment to look like a night sky. But then he looked around him, and at the main table. There were many teachers and in the middle was Dumbledore, sitting on the biggest chair like some king. "Now, please gather around here." McGonagall stopped them in front of a stool on which a dirty hat was placed. Then suddenly the hat started moving and it sang a tone-deaf song. "Now, when I call your name, you will come forth. I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted in your houses," she said as she lifted the hat by its pointy tip. She announced the first name. Sirius Black. The students on the Slytherin table cheered just by hearing that name. A girl, tall, slim, very pale, with blue eyes and long blonde hair didn't smile though, as she knew her brother. The sorting hat started making noises. "Aha, another black. Good good, defiance, bravery and courage, a very strange black. I know just the place to put you in. Gryffindor." The students at the Gryffindor table cheered hearing that, while the Slytherins were displeased. "Next, Ragnar Ulrich Ouroboros," McGonagall voiced. It was the thin, short, pale blonde boy. He meekly went forward and sat down on the stool. "Slytherin," the hat announced even before it touched the head. The boy, however, looked crestfallen. "James Potter." "Gryffindor." "Lily Evans." "Gryffindor." "Henry Wint." "Hufflepuff." "Severus Snape." "Slytherin," the hat announced. But Snape looked saddened that his friend went to Gryffindor. One by one, all of the students were sorted. Now, only Magnus was left standing there alone. He felt awkward, as if he was left out when the teams were being chosen for a football match in his school. McGonagall took a long breath. She knew what she was going to say would create a huge storm in the magical world. So much headache was going to come their way. But it needs to be done today or tomorrow. "Tilda, I hope you are right in doing this, Albus. Tilda, she thought to herself. Everyone wondered why there was such a delay in calling his name. The tall blonde boy on Slytherin's table looked at Magnus with angry eyes. Then McGonagall spoke. "The last student. Magnus Grant. Imrice Pendragon." This time, it sounded less like she was calling him and more like she was announcing his name to all. Asterisk boom asterisk. The hall erupted in chatter. Most students below 5th year didn't know about these surnames. But those seniors or from knowledgeable ancient families knew these surnames and what this meant. All of the teachers had the same reaction. An old man, sitting beside Dumbledore, looked as if his eyes were going to fall out. Albus, is this true? Is he really? He questioned hastily. Everything is true, Horace Dumbledore replied calmly. Magnus, meanwhile, was looking around to see who she was calling for. But when McGonagall nodded towards him, Magnus was sure she was talking about him. Tilda, when did Dad change his surname? Tilda, he wondered while scratching his head. You can see the train, Great Hall, the talking hat and sorting ceremony on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 glass of cold water. Effect, makes you look cool for a week. Tip, people will love you. It's Monday and it means war. Stone Wars. GIB Stones. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 43 comments. Vote. Chapter 29. Cunning Magnus. Magnus was confused, and so many people had suddenly started speaking that the Great Hall seemed more like a crowded market. Even worse actually. He walked up to the stool and sat down. The hat was placed on his head, but the hat immediately jolted up as if woken up from a slumber. Oh, this is going to be a tough one to decide. I remember that boy. Merlin. I placed him in Slytherin, one of my proudest choices. Never thought I'd meet his descendant. The hat loudly talked. This pretty much told everyone there that what they were thinking was true. The talking hat then took a low tone. You have bravery, I'm sure it's coming from the other guy. You have the talent and eagerness to learn, as Merlin had. You are loyal to your friends and family, and you are cunning. Young man, it's rare that people like you are born. You fit in all 4 houses. What now? Magnus asked. McGonagall, who heard everything, also nodded her head, wanting to know the answer. But I need to make a choice. I know where to put you. A place where you can shine. A place that needs someone who can clean it. Someone to lead it to greatness. Just like he did. Slytherin. The hat shouted. Immediately, the loudest cheers till now came from the Slytherin table. They had just got the descendant of the greatest wizard, Merlin, to join them in their house. Even Lucius Malfoy, who had an incident with Magnus on the train, was silently cheering. On the other hand, Sirius and James were in shock on the Gryffindor table. He's related to Merlin. Why didn't he tell me that earlier? Sirius wondered. I bet even he didn't know. Look at his face, he seems as shocked as everyone else here. James pointed out. Sirius did notice it. Man, I hope those snakes don't turn him bad. He won't. After what he said on the train, I don't think he will do anything bad. Lily added. Although she was not much knowledgeable, she did read the history of Hogwarts and knew how big of a figure Merlin was. I hope you are right. Sirius sighed. Are you sure? Or is it just because of the blood in my body about which I just found out? Magnus asked in whispers. Of course not, I saw your abilities. Honestly, I think Slytherin needs someone like you. Their image has hit the rock bottom, the Hat said, showing more concern than even the headmaster. Isn't that all your fault? Why do you sort all kids coming from racist families into one single house? It just creates a big pile of racists. Magnus argued. They would have burned me if I had tried to mess up with that. They are crazy. The Hat defended itself. Fine, also, you should ask for a bath. You stink. Magnus got up after saying that. He looked at the noisiest table and went in the direction. But then his eyes fell on the same blonde boy he had sneezed on. A frown appeared on his face. He went ahead and sat down beside Severus. There were about 150 new students this year, and out of them, only 27 got sorted into Slytherin. Mr. Pendragon, house head boy, wants you to sit with him. He wants to talk to you. A second-year student came and told Mangus. Psi asterisk. Tilde me and my loud mouth. Tilde he cursed himself and went to the head boy. He sat alongside a girl with blonde hair. From the intimacy she was showing to the blonde boy, they were surely more than friends. But, to Magnus' surprise, the blonde boy stood up to greet him, and with a gentleman bow, he said, "Welcome to Hogwarts, especially Slytherin. I am Lucius Malfoy of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy and the head boy of Slytherin. This is Narcissa Black of the noble and most ancient house of Black. Sit with us." Magnus agreed, as it would be rude otherwise. Though he did not like how much emphasis he put on noble and most ancient house. It was obvious that he was a supporter of the blood purity theory. He took a seat between Lucius and Narcissa, as that was where they let him sit. By now, Magnus had realized that he must be careful in this situation. He was new to this place and he was not going to make any promises to anyone or join anyone before understanding the whole ecosystem. "Mr. Pendragon, how do you like this place?" Lucius asked, trying to make small talk. "This is a very beautiful school. Much better than I had imagined. I've been to Buckingham Palace before, but it holds no ground to what Hogwarts is. What do Muggles see if they mistakenly come near it?" he asked with genuine curiosity. "They see a broken-down castle, not as majestic as this, and a very serious sign telling them to keep out and warning of danger to life," Lucius explained. And if someone still moves forward?" Magnus asked further. "Then I'm sure someone from Hogwarts staff deals with them. By obliterating their memory and dropping them away from here," he said. That's reasonable. Mr. Malfoy, can you tell me more about the teachers? In my free time, I have already completed my theoretical studies till the 4th year, but I still have no practical experience," he asked, like a normal curious kid. But he was hiding the fact that he could actually perform some simple charms, nothing destructive thought. The only destructive thing he had was his fire, that was a secret for now. Only Sirius knew, but Magnus had told him not to tell anyone. Lucius was actually liking that Magnus was talking to him and not feeling reserved. He felt that Magnus was easily malleable. So, he also took a friendly and less formal tone. "There is Professor McGonagall. She teaches transfiguration. She's a competent witch but a very annoying one at times. Then there is Professor Sloane, sitting on the left of Headmaster. he teaches potions and he is one of the most competent teachers here. He runs a club comprised of the most well-liked and sometimes famous students at Hogwarts. It is called the Slug Club. I am a part of it. That short one is Professor Flitwick. He teaches charms and is a part goblin wizard. He's a normal teacher, doesn't favor anyone except the good students. Then there is Professor Sprout who teaches herbology and Professor Binns who teaches history of magic, he's a ghost. Then there is Kettleburn, he teaches care of magical creatures, but you won't learn this subject in first year. There is an astronomy professor, Professor Silver, and also Professor Trinity who teaches divination, Hagrid who you probably know. Then last but not least, Dada, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Dada professor changes every year because of a curse on that position. This year, it is some person from the United States, Professor Harrison. He concluded his explanation. Magnus nodded all this while. Then Narcissa talked to him with a big smile on her face that seemed to be harmless on her pretty face, but it was obviously not the case. Mr. Pendragon, you can ask me if you feel confused about anything anytime. I am a prefect and a 6th year student. If you find trouble in any subject you can come to me. She offered. Magnus nodded. Okay, actually, I am a very good friend of Sirius and also know Regulus. Narcissa was shocked. Oh, since when? I met him 2 years ago. He helped me with some books. Magnus revealed. He was actually using the fact that he was seen as a hot commodity right now, to increase the importance of Sirius in his family as he is a friend of him. This would also make Narcissa ease up around him as she would think she could talk to him freely. Tilda home, since when did I become so manipulative? I guess the talking hat was indeed right. Tilda, he muttered to himself. Narcissa was pleased hearing this, she even glanced at her cousin brother, who only shivered a little, cursing Magnus, guessing that Magnus must have said something about him to her. She warmly smiled. That is so nice, you could have come to our home. I'm sure my uncle and aunt would have loved to have you over. I did come there, and saw Mrs. Black, but she called me filthy and slapped Sirius. So I went back home. Magnus revealed, making Lucius choke up on the food he was gracefully eating and making the smile from Narcissa's face vanish. It was awkward now. Thankfully, it was time to go to the common rooms. He got up along with all the other students. Little Ma. I mean Mr. Pendragon, Professor Dumbledore has invited you to talk to him in his office. Hagrid came to him. Lucius frowned hearing that. He crouched a little and whispered something. Be careful with Dumbledore, he has a habit of looking into others' minds. Lucius was just trying to win points with him. Magnus actually appreciated this one warning. He just nodded and followed Hagrid, who seemed to be the personification of the word gentle giant. You can call me Magnus, Hagrid. Magnus said. Hagrid chuckled loudly. Ha ha, I knew you are not like those arrogant kids. Good meeting you, Magnus. It's a real shocker. You are the descendant of Great Merlin. Ah. I just remembered, now we must ban the usage of coarse words related to him. Magnus was interested. What are those words? I promise I won't get mad. I don't even know what he looked like, he lived 1,000 years ago. Well, there is Merlin's beard, Merlin's pants. Merlin's saggy left, Merlin's ass, Merlin's tits and whatnot. Ah, I should not have said those. Hagrid awkwardly listed. Magnus heartily laughed hearing that. Ha ha ha, oh, I know someone who would love to hear this. /N, remember, Voldemort has just started to rise at this point, so, Dumbledore and many other people don't yet hold that much contempt towards Slytherin. Though I think Dumbledore does seem to hold a little bit of bias against it. You can see the Narcissa on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 30. A serious talk. Magnus arrived at the large and ugly stone gargoyle. It was supposed to be the entrance to the headmaster's office. He had no idea what the password was. But, not to his surprise, the statue moved and let him through. The old beardy must be expecting him. He went up the stairs and crossed a fairly big door. The headmaster's office itself was a large circular room with many windows and many portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses. The portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster hung behind the head's desk. Then there was Dumbledore, sitting on his big chair, behind the big table. "Have a seat, Magnus," Dumbledore said. He was trying to be intimate by calling him by his first name, but he didn't really care about it. He'd prefer to be called and be allowed to call people by the first name anyway. He took a seat and looked at the old man. He knew that looking into the other party's eyes was the way to invade privacy. He wanted to see if he had the audacity to look inside his head. But, he felt nothing, to be honest. He had no idea how it even felt. Then there was also a pretty-looking phoenix on the side, and for some reason, it was bowing to him. "Are you angry that I did not inform you of this earlier?" Dumbledore asked. Magnus shook his head. "No, I'm not angry. But just a bit frustrated. I could have prepared myself better that way, instead of being shocked like everyone else. Forgive me, Magnus, but I kept it from you because I didn't know if you wanted your parents to know," Dumbledore said. "And I thank you for that. I don't want them to know all this, at least not yet," Magnus replied. "How old are you, Magnus?" Dumbledore suddenly asked. Because the way Magnus talked seemed not very childish, what it should have been. 11 years and 8 months old. "I'm just smarter than your average 11-year-old," he clarified, sensing why the old man asked this. "You being smart was already expected from you, Magnus. Do you understand the situation completely?" Dumbledore inquired. "I seem to have inherited the will of Merlin and King Arthur. I don't know how, but I have, though I have no way of proving it to anyone," Magnus said. Dumbledore stroked his beard. "You are right, Magnus. You are indeed related to them. But, things are not as simple as they seem to be. Let me explain it to you. See, the Magical Society, at least the British Magical Society and also of many other European countries, are basically run by old ancient powerful families, who have abundant money and power. Britain is the same. The Ministry of Magic is mostly impartial and just, but it is still under the clutches of these powerful families. Take Wizangamo as an example, only a selected few are neutral, others are all believers of blood supremacy. But, what is stopping them from their agenda is a lack of public support. Even these families have to agree that the number of half-blood and Muggle-born wizards is much larger than their numbers. So, they need a figure who can sway the public, a figure all these wizards would believe, and who better than the descendant of Merlin, whom many wizards see as a magic god. So, expect them to come after you, Magnus. They will act sweet at first, but if you ignore them, they will not spare a moment to go against you or take any harsher steps, no matter what the cost. Do you understand me? Magnus took a long breath and looked Dumbledore dead in the eyes. Are you implying that they would do something to my family? Magnus, you must understand, these people have done worse things in the past. They didn't mind killing babies in the global wizarding war, so what is stopping them now? Dumbledore calmly said. He was actually surprised by how calm Magnus was, although he knew he was angry inside. And the Ministry is going to let them do it? Magnus asked back. Yes, because my influence is limited there. It is basically run by a few families. There are no elections like in the Muggle world either. It's an aristocratic system. Dumbledore explained. Magnus nodded. I understand now, so you want to use me to increase your own standing. So it is the classic good side and bad side. I admire your wishes, Professor. But, I will make up my own mind first. It hasn't even been 1 day since I came here. Also, don't get me wrong, I am a peaceful person, but if they go after my parents, I will go after their whole bloodlines, and make the Sacred 28 a simple text on the history books. And I will do it if I have to, even if I have to bring back Merlin from the dead. You must understand my sentiments, Professor. I read about your past. If you had the chance, would you not jump and take the hit that was meant for your sister? Dumbledore was very much taken aback. He was starting to form a bad opinion of Magnus when he heard him talking about ending the Sacred 28. But now, all those thoughts vanished as the memories resurfaced. This was a drawback of occlumency, you don't forget a thing. He whispered, yes, I would, jump, to save Ariana. See, so we aren't so different, Magnus said. Dumbledore nodded and spoke. I can understand that the thought of someone attacking your family must be very unsettling. I will try to help you in any way I can. But, you need to do some things first. You need to take an inheritance test at Gringotts. I went there to check. They did not tell me any specifics except that they had everything safe. Also, I will have to invite some people to see your test, to prove your legitimacy. The next problem is your other inheritance. You are a descendant of King Arthur now. This makes you the rightful King of England. Now, I went to meet the Queen. It seems, Arthur and Merlin had planned for everything. A curse has been cast by Merlin's ancient magic on the royal family that if they do not abdicate the throne to you they'd be punished. Dumbledore revealed. This Magnus didn't know and came as a shocker to him. What? Then, how would I prove to the world that Arthur was real and I am his descendant? They think Arthur only existed in fairy tales. I know that. That is why you will have to come up with a way to do it. A way that makes people truly believe that you are worthy. Dumbledore advised. ****. You understand I am an 11-year-old kid. You just put so much pressure on me. Magnus grunted. We are here to support you, Magnus. Merlin is my role model too. His dream to unite the magical world still lives on. To me, now you are like the living personification of his dreams. I just want the best for you. Dumbledore emotionally talked. Well, thank you for this talk, Professor. I need some time to think. Do you have a good book to teach me about the complexities of the ministry and its laws? He inquired. Of course, I have one. It was discontinued because it told too much. But it can be very helpful for you. I also have another one. Dumbledore gave him another book, which looked very old. This one is Merlin's book. Written in runic language. It has not been deciphered even though many headmasters before me tried to do it. But we know one thing, that the contents in it can be very dangerous. So, I hope you will take good care of it. It rightfully belongs to you and I have no right to keep it. Dumbledore said honestly. Tilda, take it, Tilda, a voice whispered inside Magnus' head. Thank you, Professor. I will keep your warning in mind. Magnus took it and left the office. There were thousands of things running in his mind. His whole plan had been hijacked by his crappy destiny. Tilda, but could it be a blessing in disguise? I must plan ahead calmly. Tilda, he decided, and walked to the Slytherin dungeon by asking for direction from various portraits. They were very nice to him. He eventually arrived there. But he found the thin blonde boy named Ragnar standing outside the door, in his underwear and a t-shirt. He was a new student too. Did they bully you? Magnus asked tiredly. Ragnar didn't reply. He just stared at his own feet, with a sad face. Unlike Magnus, this was a true 11-year-old kid, being bullied by a bunch of racists. He saw Bobby in Ragnar. Come with me. You know who I am, right? Nobody dares to bully me. From today, you stick by me and I assure you I will help you whenever you need me. We are both first years, so we gotta watch each other's backs. He offered him. Hearing him, Ragnar looked up. Really? Yes, now, I don't know the password. He nudged him to the door. Ragnar said the password and the door opened and they entered the common room of Slytherin. Many students had already gone to sleep by now. But, surprisingly, Lucius and his girlfriend were up. Before they could say anything, Magnus spoke. Mr. Malfoy, I didn't know ragging was allowed in Slytherin. I thought we as a house would be united, so we can fight anything together. Lucius frowned hearing that. He looked at the timid Ragnar and understood everything. Who did this to you? But Magnus didn't let Ragnar answer. What's the point now? The damage has been done. The culprits are probably sleeping. It was very tiring to talk to that old man. I'll go to sleep now. Good night, Mr. Malfoy, good night, Miss Black. Ragnar, come with me. Starting today, you will share my dorm. There are 3 beds in one, right? I hope the other person is not someone annoying. He muttered and left. Lucius tightened his fist. He did not know what Magnus meant by the damage has been done. Was he talking about the bullying or his trust in him? Whoever did this, I want them by tomorrow morning standing right here and pleading for forgiveness from Mr. Pendragon and his little plaything. He sternly ordered. Narcissa's face lost its smile and turned stone cold. She simply nodded. Magnus arrived at his dorm room. There were 3 beds, with windows that were actually shafts, bringing moonlight from outside. He took the bed in the middle. On his left, the bed was occupied. The right one was empty, so he let Ragnar take it. Sleep well, Ragnar, you don't need to worry about anything anymore, Magnus said and jumped onto his bed. He had too much to think about and study. His life had now taken a turn, from a simple fairy tale to a bloody epic. Let me out. I am claustrophobic. Magnus heard the sound coming from his luggage box. He kicked the box with his leg and spoke in whispers, "You're a painting, you can't be claustrophobic. Also, I thought you were a mighty brave king. I'll take you out tomorrow, now let me sleep." This is blatant racism against all paintings. No. Let me out, are you colluding with that bastard to torment me, aren't you? Magnus. Arthur's painting shouted, but by now, Magnus had already closed his eyes. You can see Dumbledore's office, Slytherin common room and the dorms on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 Dumbledore's favorite lemon drop candy. Effect, makes you obsessed with prophesies. Gorilla wants stones. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 31. First day of school. That night was very long. Magnus had a very good sleep. He had a good dream too. In it, he saw himself once again in the plains he stood once when he was lost 2 years ago. He found that the tree was missing from there now, but there was a small orb of light floating around. "Hello, Magnus," the orb said, in a voice that Magnus recognized as it had spoken to him a few times in the past. "Are you Merlin?" Magnus asked, making a wild guess. "Yes, and no. I am his will, I am his knowledge and I am his experience. I am here to teach you, Magnus. All I ever knew. I know, the real Merlin would have loved to meet you, but even his magic was limited and he could not trap his soul to mortal worlds without the risk of turning foul." The white orb of light spoke. "So what are you going to teach me?" Magnus asked excitedly. "Nothing for now. You are not ready, neither for the knowledge nor for the gifts. You need to grow more first. Just memorizing a charm does not make you an expert in it, practice is needed. Once you have crossed the threshold to start facing Merlin's magic, we will meet again. Until then, I am leaving behind a language that ancient people used to speak. You will know where to use it." The voice said and immediately vanished from space. Magnus felt as if he was being pulled out of a thin pipe. Ha ha! His breath was fast, and he found himself back on his bed. It was still night time. That was a strange dream. My life is turning stranger by the day. He thought to himself and finally went to sleep. Meow. Chad the fat cat poked his head up to see Magnus up. "Sleep, Chad. I'm fine," he muttered and set himself in a nice comfortable sleeping position and finally slept soundly. He felt too tired to plan for the future. But, while he slept, the magical world had lost its sleep. Those in power or with motive could not sleep, those who were asleep were woken up. The news was big and crazy for them. Eugenia Jenkins, the current Minister for Magic, was having a sleepless night too, with so many letters and inquiries suddenly being made to her. She had customized her office to have a one-way wall so she could look at the big open lobby / hall of the Ministry of Magic. She looked down at the giant statue from the one-way wall. She talked to her secretary. "You're telling me, a descendant of Merlin has appeared?" "That Merlin?" she asked, pointing at the giant statue down there. "Yes, this seems to be the case." The name was spoken by Professor McGonagall and then confirmed by the talking hat. It talked about the past when Merlin was a student. "What should we do, This will be huge." Jenkins was a strong-headed woman and had dealt competently with pure-blood riots during Squib rights marches that were going on not long ago. So, she was not going to be a weak-willed person like her predecessor Narby was. "Contact Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe he must have something in his mind. Ignore all other inquiries until then. I will not speak unless we have a confirmation. I cannot and will not be a part of rumors," she sternly ordered. The news reached far and wide and immediately across the globe. But there was one particular young and rising news reporter. She liked to stay on point and do her job the best. Her name was Rita Skeeter. Just 2 years had passed since she had completed her studies at Hogwarts. Now, she worked for daily profit as a freelancer and wanted to become the face of true journalism in the future. Just now, she got the story she was looking for. Something that could make or break her career. Not just her, but countless heads of different small and big houses got this news and it shocked them. But, the most shocked were not the wizards or witches. Instead, it were the goblins of Gringotts. They had been sitting on all the things left by Merlin until now with no worries of someone coming to take it. But now out of nowhere a new heir had come. Gringotts' head goblin called in a big meeting with most of the management-level goblins. But, in the end, it was decided that this new heir would be tested with his blood. If he passes the blood inheritance test, he will be given access to the vaults. They didn't want to mess with Merlin's descendant. It might turn them into the enemy of all wizards. Hogwarts. Just 5 more minutes, pancakes, yes. Magnus was mumbling in his sleep. */slap**. He felt a hard slap on his face and he woke up quickly, with the intention to punch back. But then he saw Chad looking down at his face up close while sitting on his chest. "Ah, it was you. Since when did you get so strong? What's the time?" He wondered and looked at the mechanical clock on the wall. "Ah, I have enough time. The class starts at 8. It's a double class of history on top of that. The ghost will be teaching us," Magnus muttered to himself. Seeing that he was alone in the dorm, he went to his suitcase and took out Arthur's portrait and set it up on top of the wall touching Magnus' bed. "Ah, finally some fresh air. What kind of room are you staying in? Is this Hogwarts?" Arthur asked. "Yes, and we are in Slytherin's dorm. This is an underground area," he explained. "I knew it. Hogwarts is a sex dungeon castle," Arthur exclaimed. "Ha ha, yeah, sure. Say whatever you want to say to make Merlin look bad. You will be staying here now. I gotta go and get ready for the classes." He left the painting hanging there. He went out of the dorm to the common room. There, he saw a few students from different years gathered. "My family is very old." They were talking about blood purity. But, as soon as he appeared, all of them flocked to say good morning to him. Narcissa walked up to him and said good morning too. We were talking about which student belongs to the oldest family in the school right now. Who do you think it would be? She asked, obviously knowing the answer. Magnus replied as if it was so obvious, of course, it would be me. Merlin was one of the first students at Hogwarts and he was personally taught by Salazar Slytherin. And I am sure none of the families of people here is as old as that, so that makes me the one belonging to the oldest family. Not to mention, Magnus' Arthur heritage made his bloodline even older because Arthur was a royal and had a lineage spanning many generations. All students there nodded silently. It was indeed true. Ah, let's go and eat our breakfast. Can't be late for the first class. Magnus exclaimed loudly, making everyone remember that they needed to move. Soon, Magnus also found Ragnar. When did you wake up? An hour before you. Thanks for yesterday. Those bullies came to me and apologized today. Ragnar said. Magnus patted his shoulder, ha ha, don't mention it. Let's go now. They arrived at the History of Magic class. It was a joint class with Hufflepuff's first years with them. It was being taken by the ghost named Cuthbert Binns. He died somewhere in the past when he taught until a very old age, then he fell asleep in the staff room and died in slumber. Afterwards, he became a ghost who continued to teach. Magnus took a seat beside Snape. The boy had been avoiding him for a while now. Ragnar followed him. He looks very old, Ragnar exclaimed. Magnus chuckled, ha, there is a funny yet depressing story behind it. Professor Binns had been very old when he had fallen asleep and got up the next morning to teach, leaving his body behind him. Seriously, was he so dissatisfied with his life that teaching was his only pastime? Ha, this is a waste of time, Snape muttered. Magnus had noticed this habit of Snape. He would voluntarily avoid people, but whenever he was around someone, he would hear them and make stupid comments, earning their ire. You know who you remind me of, Severus. Magnus spoke, directly to him. Who? Snape instinctively asked. A girl who is in one-sided love. Hesitant to confess but always trying to get attention. Magnus said. For some reason, Snape blushed, I don't have a crush on Lily. Magnus and Ragnar both turned to each other's faces and then laughed. Ha ha ha, so you do like her? Magnus exclaimed. That was like a mad witch saying I'm not mad, Ragnar commented. He was opening up very rapidly now that he was under Magnus' umbrella of protection. Okay, let's not pull his leg. Severus, my friend. Why are you so stiff? We are from the same house, no need to be reserved around me. And if it is about Lily, then don't worry, I'm not interested in her. Even if we forget we're 11, I'm just not interested in redheads. My dad is a redhead and whenever I see red hair I remember him and I don't want to have my first kiss with my dad in my mind. Magnus tried to ease Snape a little. Cough. Wasn't that too much detailed? Ragnar questioned. It's all right. I'm a little shameless. Magnus shrugged. Magnus was, after all, a perfect candidate for all houses, so it was obvious he was not going to be a typical Slytherin. You can see Chad and Binns on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ***** Umar Latif **** Julian Ricamera **** Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 32, 32. Student become teacher. Okay, folks. Professor Bin seems to be asleep. I will write a letter to my mummy now, also to my best brother. Magnus muttered and started writing one piece of paper. Ha, mama's boy. Snape scoffed at him. Magnus smiled. If loving my mum and dad makes me a mama's boy, then I'm ready to get it tattooed on my forehead. He continued writing while making small talk with Ragnar. The pale-looking boy was from an ancient house that was not part of Sacred 28. His house name was Ouroboros. Ragnar spoke while looking at him. Right, you know, I never expected the descendant of Merlin to be so nice to me. He, why would you think that? Magnus asked back. Look around you, look at their faces. All of them are so prideful and arrogant. Everyone who comes to Slytherin is like that because they are from some ancient or rich family. But you, even though you are from the greatest and the oldest family, you are so friendly and nice to all. Ragnar made the observation. The talking hat said I fit in all 4 houses, but it still sent me here. So, I guess there must be something special about me. Magnus proudly said. Maybe a little narcissistic, Ragnar added, before laughing. Within an hour, Magnus was done with his 2 letters. He was sending both letters in one packet addressed to his mom. She would send the letter to Bobby later. What is going on? It's been an hour and still, he hasn't started teaching. Magnus inquired. Who knows? I guess we should sleep too. Another first-year Slytherin said. Magnus rubbed his chin. I think I can teach them. I know a fun story, it is true so it can be called history. He got up and went to the teacher's stage. Class isn't starting, so I will tell you all a nice story from the history of our British magical community. I can stop if you want though. None of them said no. All expected some kind of special knowledge from him. Binns was snoring on his chair anyway. So, Magnus started, do you all know what a warlock is? Well, a warlock is a very old term that has 2 meanings. To describe a wizard of unusually fierce appearance or as a title denoting a particular skill or achievement. It was originally given to one learned in dueling and all martial magic, or was given as a title to a wizard who had performed feats of bravery, as muggles were sometimes knighted. I will tell you the story of a warlock, Jarlath Hobart. He lived somewhere close to 1544 AD. As all of you are first years, I do not expect you to know him, well, except my friend Severus, he's very smart. Magnus said, making everyone look at Snape. Okay, once upon a time, there was one old smart wizard. He was well versed in magic, but he was obsessed with flying. So, he worked hard and finally developed a spell. So, on the 16th of July, 1544, Hobart invited a large crowd of wizards, among which was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, to witness his maiden flight in the form of a public demonstration of his own revolutionary charm on himself. He was taking a big risk by doing this, but in those days, there were not many laws restricting self-experimentation. He climbed onto the roof of his local church and, after several speeches and a rousing performance of the national anthem, he leapt and, having cast the spell, was left hovering in midair. At first, he seemed to have succeeded, but, after having spent nearly 3 minutes watching him hanging in midair, the crowd grew impatient to see him move somewhere, and booed him. In response to the catcalls, Hobart tried to move in midair and started performing vigorous swimming movements, which produced no effect. All it looked was less majestic and more silly. But Hobart had misunderstood his own spell. Believing that his clothes were making him heavier and impeding his movement, so Hobart stripped naked. Magnus stopped at this point as it was boring if he were to speak non-stop. So, fun question time. I will give you options and you will guess what happened next. Magnus suggested. All the students got a little excited hearing this. They were mostly scared of the quiz as it would embarrass them, but multiple choice questions were something different. Okay, the options are: 1. He started flying faster than a sparrow. 2. He became so lightweight that he was pulled towards the sky and was never seen again. 3. He fell on Chief Warlock, breaking his neck and killing him. 4. He fell and broke his bones. Choose one option, you all. He said. Okay, those who choose 1, raise hands. 2, 3, and 4. He received all the answers. The most popular choices were 1 and 3. 4 was only selected by Snape, Ragnar and another one student of Ravenclaw who was a girl. The correct answer is 4th. He fell completely naked on the ground, breaking 16 bones, and went on to receive a fine for outrageous silliness from Chief Warlock. This happened because the clothes had been charmed by the spell, not Hobart himself. Hearing that, many chuckled. Now, continuing the story, Hobart returned home, humiliated, where he realized that his spell could make objects fly for varying lengths of time, depending on the skill of the spellcaster and on the weight of the object. But he was a determined man, he would never give up so easily. So, he concluded that small animals and even children could be flown, but that they had no control whatsoever of their movement once airborne. He thus made a second announcement, and an even larger crowd gathered to see his second demonstration of the spell. Most of the people were hoping for another laugh at his expense. Even Chief Warlock came again because whatever Hobart may be, he was a talented wizard. Hobart's demonstration was, at first, by far more successful than the first, and he showed the onlookers how he could easily fly objects ranging from small rocks to fallen trees. Hobart decided that, for the finale, he would levitate the Chief Warlock's hat. Now, for round 2. This time, there will be no options. Guess what happened next? Any answer is acceptable. He requested. A Slytherin boy stood up and said, he will make the Chief Warlock fly. A Hufflepuff girl also spoke, he will fail. He will make Chief Warlock's clothes fly away, turning him naked. Many guesses were made, but none hit the spot. Okay, all of you are wrong. What he managed to levitate was the chief's wig, exposing his bald head to the gathered crowd. A big round of laughter ensued after that. In the class too, they laughed while imagining that. Because many imagined this happening to Dumbledore. The chief was not amused and was determined to duel Hobart, but the warlock levitated the chief's robes over his head, and ran for it. He stayed hidden for a long time after that until he was sure that Chief Warlock had forgotten the matter. Now, what do we learn about Hobart from all this? He asked everyone. He was a fool. He was not good at magic. Magnus shook his head. man was a genius. He had accomplished the magical art of creating new spells, something a very small number of wizards can do. The spell he created was none other than what we will be learning in our charms class. Jarlath Hobart was the famous inventor of the levitation charm, an incredibly impressive magical achievement given the immense complexity, danger and skill required in the development of spells. All this was in the History of Magic book of this year that I read in my free time. Many students awed at this. This goofy story was related to something from their charms book. And unknown to Magnus, no one in this class was ever going to forget the levitation charm now. Asterisk clap 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 asterisk. Suddenly, many claps came. Magnus turned around and looked. It was none other than the ghost of Professor Binns. Marvelous, what a wonderful lesson. Interesting as well as knowledgeable. You did an even better job than me. They all sleep usually, but today they look so fresh. I knew it, Merlin's descendant cannot be an ordinary wizard. Binns spoke, showing the rare excitement on his transparent face. This was a test? Magnus inquired. Binns shook his head. It was not meant to be, but it did look like that. And you passed with flying colors, Mr. Pendragon. It will be an honor for me to teach you. And for your achievement today, for just being a first-year student and yet knowing all this, 50 points to Slytherin. As soon as that was announced, the Slytherin students made an uproar. The first student to contribute to Slytherin's pool of points that year was Magnus. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 golden juicy banana. Effect, perfect memory for 1 month. Stone me senpai. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 33. Fight. The first day of school was eventful. Magnus and Ragnar did pretty well in their classes. But, on day 1 he found out what he was good at, what not. And it seriously disappointed him a little. The second class of the day was Transfiguration. Monday was the busiest day for all students and teachers as the schedule was jam-packed. In this class, Professor McGonagall taught them the theory behind the Transfiguration first. It turns out, there was a mathematical formula behind this and Magnus was best at maths. The transformation formula said that the intended transformation is directly influenced by body weight, A, viciousness, V, wand power, W, concentration, C, and a fifth unknown variable, Z. That meant that T, transfiguration, was equal to wand power, W, x concentration, C, then all of it divided by viciousness, V, x body weight, A, and all of it was then multiplied by the fifth unknown variable, Z. Now, what the unknown variable was nobody knew. Magnus had noticed that in all these years, all the wizards and witches had researched to perfect their magic, make new spells and power-up methods, but none of them researched the origin of it. Why does magic exist? No one could answer this question of his. They only know that, like humans, magic originated in Africa. But one thing was sure to Magnus, that magic followed the laws of physics. For example, the conservation of matter and energy. But then there were instances when these laws could be broken by extremely strong wizards, and that was what he was aiming to achieve. But, for now, his 11-year-old little body couldn't dream of doing that. There were many branches in Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall had warned them that it was also dangerous. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned, was what she said. The first task of all of them was to turn a match into a needle. This was considered the simplest of all transfiguration spells. Ragnar, just watch me and learn, Magnus proudly said. But I've already done it, Ragnar suddenly replied. Magnus, in shock, turned to him, and there was indeed a silver needle in front of him. Hey, so you're talented in it. Okay, you made it silver, I will make it gold, I like gold anyway, Magnus proudly claimed. A /n incantation is unknown for this magic, so I am making one. Needle fee. Yes, yes, turn into a needle, he muttered as the matchstick was being turned. He had kept the concentration aspect in his mind, imagination was also a major part. It finally took the shape of a needle and turned golden. But, shockingly, it turned into a bigger size than what the original matchstick was. Quickly, Professor McGonagall appeared. She had stars in her eyes but kept a serious face. Perfect, even better than I expected. Making it even larger than the original size is something not all wizards can do, Mr. Pendragon. And Mr. Ouroboros, amazing on your part too, on your first attempt to do it. 10 points to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall announced and went on her way. She could not overly praise someone as it would discourage others. I think we are going to win the House Cup just by gathering these points, Magnus talked to Ragnar. There is still the Quidditch. But, I'm not interested in it. I hate flying, Ragnar said distastefully. But I want to do it. I know I'm gonna love it. Okay, let's help the others. Look, Snape did it too, Magnus exclaimed. Why does he try to avoid us? We never said anything bad to him, Ragnar questioned. Magnus sighed, insecurities, I guess. After that, they helped many students complete their tasks. They even helped many from Hufflepuff. Magnus was already being adorned by most of the students in the school, so whenever he talked to someone, they always showed respect, well, except for a few who were in Slytherin. Magnus knew he was very good at all kinds of charms and also transfiguration, but when it came to potioneering, he was average, but he had still not given up on the liquid luck. Meanwhile, Ragnar was below average at charms but god tier in potioneering. He said he's liked potioneering since he was small and had already memorized all recipes till 7th year as he had all the books at his home. Magnus had tried to ask him about his home, but Ragnar every time dodged the question. Dada was also an exciting class for Magnus and he excelled in it. It wasn't much different from charms. It was exciting to him as it taught various spells to find hidden secrets. The American teacher, Professor Harrison, was an excellent person. He had told everyone that he used to be an ERA working for MACUSA. He was in the department responsible for handling dark creatures attacking no mages. He was a funny and easygoing man. But the first day was mostly theory and introduction. They would start learning practical things from the next class. But, there was something Magnus found strange. Their potions and Dada class was with Gryffindor, but he saw neither Sirius nor James. There was Lily, but he didn't talk to her, considering how paranoid Snape was at the moment. Then there was the herbology class with Ravenclaw. He liked these people as they were knowledgeable, but some of them were too proud of it. Herbology was very easy for Magnus because he had a very good memory and had already memorized everything. Ragnar was also excellent in this subject. His reasoning was, to make amazing potions, I need high-quality materials and I don't trust any herbologist, so I grow my own herbs. Till now, Magnus had learned that Ragnar sucked at charms. Dada spells were also somewhat like charms, so he expected him to suck at that too. But, what made him excited for the whole day was a flying lesson. He was already dreaming of how cool it would be. But to his luck, Mondays didn't have the flying lessons. So, he had to wait till the next day. Their day's schedule ended. Magnus had already done his homework. It was actually a lot. But it was just theoretical stuff and he was good at memorizing. He helped Ragnar complete it too, and both of them were free during the study hall period. Where are we going, Magnus? Ragnar asked. To find the portrait of Merlin, Magnus replied with a smile. Magnus had found this information by hearing some students talking about his heritage. Magnus was still in a bit of shock, but he had accepted this fact. Now, what he needed were answers. The portrait was on the walls by the grand staircase, next to the portrait of his Merlin's old friend and fellow courtier of King Arthur, Sir Cadogan. He quickly found the portrait. Inside, he saw Merlin standing. His beard was long and white and he wore a big robe with a hood. It was probably the fashion among the wizards of that era. Aha, so this was the boy you were talking about, Sir Cadogan exclaimed. Merlin's portrait smiled. Ha ha, welcome to the Hogwarts, child. Now, I am just a portrait, so I do not know about your past. Which family do you belong to and how did you find my inheritance? Magnus replied truthfully, hello, I am not from a magic family. My parents are non-magical people. I didn't find your inheritance, it would be correct to say it found me. 2 years ago, I was lost and couldn't find a home. So I slept in a park under a tree. That tree talked to me in my sleep, and since that day, I started having strange accidents. Just yesterday did I find out about my heritage. Merlin loudly laughed. Bway ha ha, fabulous. You are from a non-magical family, that is even better. At least, I don't have to teach you about equality now. And about that tree, I believe you have talked to my will. Magnus nodded. Yes, I did. But it said I am not ready for the knowledge or the gifts. Yes, you must grow stronger. I have left you amazing things, Magnus. You will understand everything as you continue on this adventure. These damn new generations have destroyed the wizarding word that I worked so hard to improve. I see them daily talking about how their family is this or that, or how they hate magbobes. Their minds have become so narrow-minded to understand that we all are from the same species. Merlin had a bit of sorrow in his voice. I understand. Arthur said the same thing about the Muggle world, Magnus said. Wait, what? Did you already meet that bloke? Merlin exclaimed. Mwah ha ha ha. I won, Merlin. Out of nowhere, Arthur appeared in Merlin's portrait. Magnus chuckled. Yes, I found him in the Buckingham Palace. He was invisible to all but not me. Arthur started to crack his knuckled. You bastard, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. You've got no magic here. You left me invisible to rot there. Sir Cadogan, come here and help me. As your king, I command you. Yes, your majesty. Sir Cadogan also jumped to Merlin's portrait. Merlin grunted, "Ha, I can handle 10 of you together, Arthur. I call you a bloke for a reason." "Really? You green-eyed bastard, I will show you the power of my fist of fury." Arthur shouted and ran to attack Merlin. Merlin also got ready to fight. He passed the first punch to his face and countered with his staff. Asterisk bam asterisk. He punched the back of Arthur's head. But Arthur came prepared. He lifted his leg as he was falling and asterisk bam asterisk. Straight to the baby makers of Merlin. "Mwah ha ha, you don't need those anyway as they don't work. But they still hurt all the same. Have my nutcracker kick." "You got them too." Asterisk bam asterisk. Merlin also hit his staff at Arthur's baby maker. Both of them fell to their knees. Sir Cadogan stood at the side and watched. Outside the portrait, Magnus and Ragnar watched it all. "You want some, Ragnar?" Magnus offered some popcorn to Ragnar. Both of them laughed while watching it. "Ha ha! I can watch this all day," Magnus exclaimed. Suddenly, Arthur and Merlin turned to Magnus and felt embarrassed. "Ah, Magnus. We were not fighting. We were just playing. See, we are brothers." Arthur helped Merlin get up. "Yes, Magnus. You should be kind to people," Merlin added. "Come on, fight. I still got the popcorn bag half full." Magnus nudged them. Merlin and Arthur smiled wryly. Magnus was also pulling their leg. "Just kidding, I will be going now. Merlin, I have set up the portrait in my dorm. You can come and talk to me there," he said. "Sure, lad. We will come." After that, Magnus left. And the fight resumed. "Only one shall win today," Arthur shouted. Asterisk bam asterisk. "Merlin. You cheater. Using rocks. You can see Grand Staircase on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 34. A friend. After the talk with Merlin, they headed to Slytherin Dungeon. "Do you know who our roommate is?" Magnus inquired. Ragnar denied, "No, when I woke up today, he was already gone." "Then let's see who it is," he decided and strode to the dorms. But, as soon as they entered the dungeon, they were treated by loud claps. Straight for a minute they did not stop. As expected, the leader of this little event was Lucius. He was also clapping but slower and more gracefully than others. "You are a true Slytherin, Mr. Pendragon. You earned 60 points on the first day," Lucius said, bootlicking Magnus. What does this guy even want from me? Magnus wondered. 55 actually, 5 were earned by Ragnar. Magnus corrected him, stopping Lucius and making Ragnar hide behind him. He did not like being in the spotlight of these power-hungry snakes. Yes, Mr. Ouroboros has done great too. All students of Slytherin students should learn from you. We are, after all, born to be elites in the future. We cannot let our house lose the cup. Lucius spoke as if he was the leader of the house. If you keep this performance, you will someday get to meet a very great person I know. He knows about you and watches your performance. Lucius said suddenly. Magnus just nodded and left towards his dorm room. Tilda, who is this pervert keeping an eye on me? Just as expected, things are not as simple as they seem. I need to learn about the political and social happenings of the wizarding world. Tilda. They entered the room and finally saw who their roommate was. Knock before you enter, that's basic manners. Snape barked. Magnus chuckled, I don't need to knock to enter my room. Yeah, that's my bed. Snape's face reddened at the embarrassment. To save his face he pointed to Ragnar, I was talking to him. Ragnar was taken aback, he touched his chest and replied, me. I'm staying in this room too. Magnus facepalmed himself and went straight to Snape's bed and sat down a good healthy distance away from him. Mate, what's your problem? Stop this pretentious bandwagon you're on. What do you get from acting all high and mighty? I am studying 5th year's books. I apparently belong to a magical family that's is nearly as old as this school. But I don't act arrogant. Do you know why? Because I was raised in a humble family. Born to parents you all call muggles. Magnus lectured him. He was already stuck with him for 3 years already, might as well just make him a friend. Seemed shocked for some reason. Wait, you're a muggle born? Yes, I am. You got any problem with that? Magnus asked with his eyes probing him. No, I thought you came from some very ancient pre-blood family. How are you Merlin's descendant? Snape inquired with genuine curiosity. I don't know. It's just in the blood. Besides, Merlin was also muggle-born, with an extra talent for magic. He explained. Then why are they treating like some big lord? Snape questioned. Because I am a hot commodity. They are pampering me before slaughtering me like a sacrifice. Don't you know the influence of just the word Merlin? If they have me by their side, they can use my name, Merlin's name, to their advantage. Also, I think many of them believe I'm a pure blood. Listen, Severus, we're in a snake's pit. Nobody can be trusted because you're for yourself. Everyone here wants to further their careers or wealth by stepping on others. Remember, this is Slytherin. Magnus concluded. That means I can't trust you either, Snape argued. Magnus smiled, ha ha, did you forget what happened at the sorting ceremony so easily? The hat said I fit in all 4 houses. Brave, cunning, loyal and sharp-minded. I got it all. And know one thing, Severus. The thing I despise the most for some reason is betrayal. And I would never betray my friends or family. The rest is up to you to decide. Come on, Ragnar. You're too thin, I smuggled some sweets for you. What the hell, I'm not that thin. Ragnar retorted. Slowly, the noise faded from Snape's ears as he fell into deep contemplating. What he found out today was that Magnus was way more intelligent in the aspects of cunningness than he showed everyone. Most saw him as a naive child, but he didn't believe that now. He remembered his whole life till now. An abusive father, an abused mother. He always wondered, why did his mother even marry his good-for-nothing father? She came from a pure-blood respected family after all. He always wondered, why did she never retaliate even while having the power to do so? Then his eyes fell on Magnus. A boy, who had everything, good parents, probably money too, now also the influence of his heritage. Yet he stayed humble. He was either too dumb or just being his real self. Till now, his only friends were his books and Lily Evans. Now, only books were left, and sadly, they don't reply to his words. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Magnus whining at Ragnar. Ragnar, tell me your secret. I remember every recipe for every potion. Yet I'm average. Why? Magnus asked. Ragnar scratched his head, not knowing what to say. I don't know. I also follow the recipe with little changes here and there. I think what you lack is physical knowledge, how all ingredients work, mix and react. You hand movements. Magnus and Ragnar turned their heads. It was Snape who spoke. What do you mean? I turned my hands in the cauldron just the way it said in the book. Magnus argued. The speed of your hands' movement also matters, also it varies from potion to potion, from ingredients to ingredients and which side you are mixing it. I believe Ragnar should know this. Snape questioned. Ragnar thought, know that you say. I do adjust my hand speed. But it happens instinctively to me. I don't even think about it. Snape felt personally attacked. Then you might become the best potion master in history. Magnus chuckled, ha ha, but he sucks at charms. But, Ragnar, do not forget this friendship when you become a top potion master. Make them for free for me please, from time to time. Just a little liquid luck would do. Ragnar chuckled, sure, I will give you a discount, of a negative 100%. Magnus' face fell. He looked at Snape. If you know this then this means you're gonna be a potion master too. I guess I'll leech on you then. And I think I will quit on this subject entirely, don't have enough time to focus on such fine details. I'm satisfied with being average at this. Gotta leave some places for the rest after all. We can teach you, Ragnar suggested and looked at Snape. Sure, only if he teaches us transfiguration, Snape said. Deal, Magnus agreed instantly, shocking Snape. Tilda, why would he give his secrets so easily? Tilda, Snape thought. Dumbledore's office. Eugenia Jenkins, the Minister for Magic, had come to meet the old man. She had received a reply to the letter and it was one word. Yes. But she needed to know more. So she came here personally. Is he really Merlin's descendant? She straightforwardly asked. Yes, he is. I believe by now you've heard about the current predicament the Muggle Queen is in. Dumbledore inquired. Minister Jenkins' eyes widened. He's related to it. Dumbledore nodded. It's not just Merlin he's related to. King Arthur too. He put some emphasis on his next words. He is the rightful king. Minister Jenkins was shaken as she took a few steps to the side and sat down on the chair. How many know about this? She inquired. Very few, Dumbledore answered. She took a long breath. The amount of influence he's going to have on the magical world will be unimaginable. Merlin and now Arthur. They will come after him like hyenas. That is why we must protect him, Dumbledore advised and came closer to her with a serious face. I met him in private, and I told him his situation. Minister, he's a sweet child, but, he made it clear, that if something were to happen to his family, he will not forget. Dumbledore said. Then I will place Aras to protect them. She decided. No. You must not do that. Dumbledore quickly stopped her and continued. I will send my people to safeguard them. The ministry has been compromised. He sternly said. Minister Jenkins got up in anger. Do you know your order is an illegal organization? Yes, but it's necessary. With the ministry compromised, we have no choice. We must fight back. Dumbledore raised his voice a little. She looked not convinced. Do you know how much pressure is on me these days? With every new dead muggle, they are talking more and more about replacing me. And a change of administration is the last thing we need right now. It is what they want. If they find out about your little stunt, the Wizengamot will be after my blood. The Wizengamot is run by them, Dumbledore argued loudly, shocking her a little. This old man still had the strength, it seemed. Dumbledore continued, the order was created to fight him, Minister. Nothing else. And the ministry is already adamant on not catching the murderers. He and his army of so-called Death Eaters will continue to murder. Someone has to stop them. Minister Jenkins didn't speak for a full minute. Then she took a long breath. Sigh. Fine, fine. I am still skeptical of you, Dumbledore. But I will look the other way this one time. But, the boy and his family must be kept safe, no matter what. We finally have a ray of hope for this black and white world. We can't lose him now. Good night, Headmaster. She left after saying that. Tired, yet a bit eased up, Dumbledore sat back onto his chair. Tilda, why did you take this path, Tom? Why, Tilda? But he didn't have the luxury to relax. He got up and apparated away, to an unknown house in the middle of nowhere, where he had called out a meeting. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal, Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 lemon drop candy. Effect, keeps the pedo bear away. Also, makes your senses sharp to detect danger. Gorilla needs you. Stone him. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 43 comments. Vote. Chapter 35, 35. The letter. Dumbledore arrived at the rundown house, which was basically non-existent to outsiders as it was under Fidelius' charm and Dumbledore was the sole secret keeper. But there was only his brother there at that moment. He had a tense and tired face. I had a talk with the minister. She has agreed to look the other way, but I do not have much hope that she will be able to hold on to her position. So, we must act fast. Dumbledore started. Aberforth Dumbledore, younger brother of Albus Dumbledore, stood up, anger was raging on his face. Albus, this is Grindelwald all over again. And why is it that it has something to do with you again? I'm tired of this now, I don't feel like I can even trust you. Don't think I am a fool, I know what his real identity is. I saw the boy many times at Hogsmeade. Albus was hurt a little, hearing this from his own brother. He felt like he aged a few more years. He was a little boy, Aberforth. Did you expect me to kill him? Like any ordinary student, I gave him a chance to study at Hogwarts. But you saw him grow. You must have noticed the changes in his personality. Yet you did nothing. Because Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore can never be wrong, right? You knew but were afraid to accept it, and now look at this mess. Innocent people are dying out there. Innocent. He suddenly shut up as he saw the noise of people coming in. Aberforth, do not make this knowledge public or you will do more harm than good. Albus quickly said. I don't even care now. Do whatever you want. He muttered angrily. The door opened and walked in one of the most important members of the Order. Alastor Mad-Eye Moody. Moody's wore a magical eye, which was electric blue and earned him his nickname Mad-Eye. This eye allowed him to see through anything, such as wood, invisibility cloaks and the back of his head. He was a finerer, but even he was displeased with the capabilities of the ministry, so he joined. Behind him were many more members, some were very old people that Dumbledore knew from back in the days. Professor McGonagall was also there, but she rarely participated in order-related activities. Today, she needed to be here because the matter of Magnus was to be asked. Good that you all came here. The ministry will not be a problem for a while. We will need to coordinate and be decisive in each of our attacks. Remember, for Voldemort, his Death Eaters are cannon fodder, but we cannot risk our lives like that. We are already limited in numbers. Dumbledore spoke. What about that Merlin boy? Moody asked suddenly. Everyone turned to him with a weird face. Dumbledore too, what are you talking about, Alastor? Magnus is just 11 years old. No matter how good he is, we cannot involve him. This is not his war to fight, and he is meant to be the future of the British magical world. Moody grunted, give me the boy for a month and I will whoop some spells into him. By the end, he'll turn out to be a better fighter than most of the Sissyarers. McGonagall was enraged by this idea. I will not have my students be used as tools. He is a student of Hogwarts, and it is the duty of Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry to ensure their safety. If something happens to him, it will be on you. Moody was not satisfied and he muttered lowly, so now her motherly instincts awaken, old hag. Enough, we have more pressing matters than to discuss whether we should drag an 11-year-old into war. Dumbledore shouted and resumed the meeting. Planning on doing a hit on a few unguarded Death Eaters. London. Bobby had been missing his best friend dearly. Both had been like brothers since young. They went to school together and played together. But even he knew he depended a lot on Magnus, and now he was all alone. He had skipped the 9th grade now. Going straight to 10th grade, to the second year of high school. It was a totally different school, as the one where he studied didn't teach the high schoolers. This was making him even more nervous. He had heard about bullies in these schools, they especially targeted short kids. And he was very short because he had already skipped 6th and 7th grade, now he had skipped 8th grade too. So, while he should have been in 7th grade, he was in 10th, at the young age of 11. While the average high schooler was 14 years old at a minimum. **** with a strong face, he got ready. You can do this, Bobby. He cheered for himself. ****Ding dong****. He quickly ran downstairs to see who it was. His mother was busy in the kitchen. Oh, Kyla. Mail today. Bobby knew this guy, an honest mailman. His 5-year-old daughter had gotten into a big road accident and he had no insurance. So, with the help of knowledge taught by Magnus, he enrolled in a bunch of spelling and mathematical competitions. He won them and gave the money to the mailman, so he could pay for his daughter's treatment. This was something taught to him by Magnus. He had said, "Bobby, you will keep on getting smarter now, as I have made sure your foundation is strong. But, in most people, with knowledge comes arrogance. So, I want you to never stop being humble, help whomever you can while staying within your limits." Actually, I read this in a book and it sounded cool, so I memorized it. Kyler smiled as he had gotten very motivated by this boy here. To him, Bobby was like an angel. For a man who earns as little as him, the help Bobby gave was a godsend. "Yes, by the way, my daughter just saw your face in the interview today. You just skipped your 9th grade. You must be very smart," Kyler said. Bobby scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I also skipped 6th and 7th grade. It's not a big deal. Don't know why they are making it so big now. My daughter said she wants to be as smart as you someday," he excitedly added. Bobby nodded. "Well, my advice, math is very important. Don't let her slack on it." He then took the letter and went inside his house. He read where it was from, and just from looking at the texture of the paper, he had an idea where it was from. He smilingly went to his room and opened it. Asterisk drop asterisk. A small chocolate bar dropped from it. "Bobby, taste it, this is so amazing. The best chocolate I've ever eaten in my life. They said it is made of some magical animal's milk." Ha ha, he read the first words and smiled. He picked up the candy bar and ate it. It does taste amazing. Every single bite feels different," he muttered to himself and continued. Letter. "Bobby, my brother, I have found myself in a worse gutter than I initially had thought it was. I found out about my powers and why I could see that portrait. But I cannot afford to tell you that in a letter, as it might put your life in danger. Just know this, I am stuck with a bunch of racists, who want to use me for their personal gains. There are powerful people after me too. But for now, I am safe inside the walls of the school. Also, I found new friends. His name is Ragnar, he was being bullied so I took him in. There is also a boy, named Severus, he has hots for a girl but he's insecure. He thought I liked his girl so he was angry at me. Most kids here are broken in one way or another. I also found out that I suck in the potioneering subject. So you can have some solace in the fact that I am not perfect, he. Leave this, your school must be about to start. I know where you are going, it is a school for higher intellectual children. You will meet many smart brains there. Keep improving yourself, because what I have found out about my heritage is going to explode your brains. But in the future, I will need your help a lot as I know I can trust you, so, I hope when we reach that point, we are both awesome. By the way, don't tell this to my mummy, or she might come here and kill my old beardy headmaster. Sincere, just kidding, I'm never writing formal letters. Sincerely, the one who whooped your ass in elementary school. Also, this letter will explode in 5 seconds. Letter ends. As soon as he read that last line, he immediately threw it away. But, 6 seconds passed and nothing happened. Ha ha ha. A low laugh came soon and with that, the paper turned into ashes. Bobby chuckled, his mood got way lot better. But then he frowned, that bastard. Now I gotta clean the room again. Join Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 36, 36. Newspaper. Magnus was taught some potions by Snape and Ragnar last night. The next morning, he woke up happy. He looked at Chad, who was soundly sleeping on the leg side of his bed. He wanted to get comfy on his body, but he was so fat that Magnus felt like suffocating. He got up and got dressed quickly. He glanced at the portrait of Arthur. In it, he saw him and Merlin playing chess together. "Where did you find it?" he asked. "Hey, Arthur took it from some painting. We'll return it later. Good luck with your flying lessons. Us two were born flyers, so you better not shame us." Merlin spoke without looking at him. Magnus shrugged at them and went out of his room. His two roommates had already left. He went straight to the grand hall for breakfast. That was also when the newspapers arrived and he had subscribed to one. Well, there weren't many newspapers in the British magical world that covered all the news. Choices were very limited. A random owl came and threw the package down onto his empty plate. Magnus quickly took out a piece of meat from the other plate and threw it masterfully in front of the owl. "Here you go, boy," Magnus said smilingly. The owl happily ate it and flew away, making sure to remember this human's face as he was a good human. Everyone just stupidly looked at him do it, while Magnus heeded no mind to them and unfolded the newspaper. "Okay, let's see what's happening around us. First page is supposed to be very important. Home. Fire in a chocolate factory. The owner, Charlie, got arrested by RAS. Charged with enslaving dwarf squibs and torturing them to sing songs. What kind of news is this? Okay, let's try the next one. Something serious. Wait, this isn't serious. A broomstick accident. 2 people collided in midair. One survived by apparating and the other died. Magnus was shocked. Ragnar was also shocked. How did they collide in the vast sky? That's not the point. What kind of newspaper is this? This isn't news. These are gossips. Magnus muttered. Look, your photo, Snape exclaimed as he was facing the back end of the newspaper, which could also be considered the front page. God, when did they take my picture? Home, Return of Merlin. After nearly 1,000 years, the bloodline of the great prince of enchanters has returned to the magical community. Not only that, but he has also inherited the Muggle king, Arthur Pendragon, who helped Merlin in defeating Morgan Le Fay. We wish Mr. Pendragon great success in his life going forward. The article said. Magnus sighed and turned the pages. He read every news item. But then he found the most important news in parts most ignored by readers. In small columns in the lower middle center of the inner pages. Muggles and half-blood wizards attacked and killed. Suspicion is directed towards Death Eaters. Is this the return of some dark lord, tilde? Tilde Ministry of Magic under strain, the death of wizards are unacceptable. Tilde. Tilde last night's deaths. Dark mark cast in the night sky. Tilde. All these headlines were hidden so dutifully that if one was not reading the paper attentively, they would have missed it. Tilde home, so there is someone who wants to kill all muggles and half-blood wizards. I guess I need to get serious in my training. Otherwise, by the time I complete school, it'll be too late. Tilde he decided. What is it? Ragnar asked. No, nothing. Let's eat and go to our first class. Charms are going to be fun, don't worry, Ragnar. I will help. I'm feeling dizzy, Ragnar complained. It was the charms class first thing in the morning. They were supposed to sit together with the first years of Ravenclaw. In the charms class, they as expected were to practice levitation spell. I heard about your marvelous explanation behind the creation of levitation spell in yesterday's history class. Flitwick gave Magnus a compliment the first thing in the morning. So, the first charm of the class was the levitation charm. Magnus was able to fly the feather around so fast that it created a mini tornado, which was also making all the other feathers in the room fly. Flitwick clapped crazily. Aha, just what I would expect from an up-and-coming prince of enchanters. Magnus did it very easily and got 5 points for Slytherin. Professor Flitwick was very excited to see him and excel. He was non-stop pouring praises on him. Ravenclaw students could only look at him in envy. Of course, this was expected of you. Merlin was after all the best in charms. Flitwick said the same thing for the third time. Till now, all professors he had met were saying this same thing. Compare him to the old Merlin on every corner. It made him a little nervous. Everyone had such high expectations of him. Tilde, I guess to come out of this, I need to surpass that old man too. Tilde he fell into deep contemplation. After his own task was done, he helped Ragnar at least make the feather fly a little to pass the class. Snape didn't need any help as even in subjects he was bad at, he was above average. Next came the class Magnus had been anticipating. The class of flying along with Hufflepuff students. It was taught by Madame Roland Hooch, the Hogwarts flying instructor and Quidditch referee. They came out to the open fields which were the training grounds for the Quidditch teams. There, they gathered in 2 lines with their brooms in their hands. These were pretty standard brooms. Then like a hawk, Madame Hooch came with a whistle and spoke quickly. Well, what are you doing? Those broomsticks aren't gonna fly themselves out of boredom. Now, stick out your right hand over your broom, and say up. She instructed everyone. Magnus, with a big smile on his face, put his hand forward and put it over the broom. He passionately wanted to fly on it. It was a dream of most humans, to fly in the air. Flying in aeroplanes doesn't count because you cannot feel the wind on your face. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Without even speaking, the broomstick came to his hand, as if a child returning to its father. Stunningly done, Mr. Pendragon. Ah, you have done it too, Miss Vanity. Good job, 5 points to Slytherin for being so good at this. She praised them. Magnus looked to see who it was. It was a girl with long black hair, but her eyes were the most striking features. As they appeared so differently. Her irises were sparkling light blue in color while the pupil being dark black. She smugly looked at him and showed her tongue to tease him. Magnus chuckled and ignored her. He was not doing this for a competition, he really wanted to fly. Madam Hooch showed everyone how to mount the broomstick and how to hold it so as to not fall from it. Magnus felt so at ease once he was on it. Okay, now we will practice basic lift-off and landing. Kick off the ground hard and try to rise a little. Then try to maintain that height. Then slowly proceed to come down to the ground. Ready? She instructed them. All students were able to do it. Ragnar had prior experience and Snape was average. But Magnus, well, he was not a normal kid. He, as told, pushed the ground hard, a little too hard actually. He ended up being thrown at least 50 feet in the air. Magnus' heartbeat got faster as he felt a tingling sensation in his stomach. It was amazing, he loved the view from this thing. For as far as he could see, beyond the Hogwarts, there was just jungle. Yes. This is life. This is why I came here. He shouted so loud that people could hear him on the ground too. Freedom! Magnus shouted and suddenly moved forward on the broomstick by pressing it forward. It was very easy for him to get a hang of it and he felt he was a natural too. He maneuvered like a champ, making rolls, making drift turns and feints. Sudden sharp turns. He could do it all. Madam Hooch smiled from the ground. Not fair, I wanna go up there too. The same girl from before, Vanity, complained. His case is different, Ms. Vanity. Madam Hooch argued. What? He's the second coming of Merlin. That's not fair, I wanna fly too. If he's the second coming of Merlin, then I am the second coming of whoever invented the broomsticks. She defiantly said and kicked off the ground. She also expertly flew up to the sky to intercept Magnus. I'll teach you who's the boss. She muttered to herself with a smirk. You can see the timetable of Magnus on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal, Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 apple pie. Effect, keeps the doctor away for 5 years. Be happy, no more prostate examinations, unless you enjoy them. Gib Stones pulls. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 37, 37. Detention. Whoosh *. Magnus was enjoying the fresh air blasting on his face. He had probably broken a few rules by now, but he wanted to do this, enjoy this, ever since he had heard about broomsticks. I will earn the points back. He thought. He was zooming around various buildings, making many dangerous maneuvers. The broomstick was not the fastest, as it was just for first years for training, but it was enough for now. Not so fast, Merlin boy. Suddenly a voice came from behind Magnus. He looked back and saw the girl with pretty eyes. You can fly too. You seem good. I can say the same about you. Emma Vanity, by the way. She introduced herself. Magnus Grant Emrys Pendragon. He breathed out his new full name. This was the name by which he was officially registered at Hogwarts. I know that, probably the whole school, no, the whole British magical community knows that. She replied, but then a sudden smirk appeared on her face. Won a race. Whoever circles the Hogwarts main building and reaches the training fields wins and has to buy the winner the most expensive chocolate available. She suggested. How much does the most expensive chocolate cost? Magnus inquired out of curiosity. Not much, just a few 100 galleons. She replied nonchalantly. Magnus's head immediately did the calculations. I only have 1,000 left. Can't lose those for some chocolates that I'm not even going to enjoy. Okay, let's do this. But if I win, I don't want chocolates, I want a book costing the same amount as the chocolate. He said. Deal. Okay, I will throw this ribbon to the ground. The second it touches the ground, we start. She set the rules and got ready. Magnus had his eyes on the ribbon as if he was an eagle. He saw it slowly falling to the ground. In his mind, he calculated the time it would take for it to touch down because it was hard to recognize if it had touched down from this height. Then he waited patiently. Whoosh asterisk. To his shock, Emma started before him, but she was actually on time. He also raced and was not too far behind her. Ha ha, I'm going to win this, Merlin boy. She shouted. Magnus chuckled, we'll see. He slowly started to catch up to her and was crossing her. She saw it and was amazed because their brooms were the same and Magnus was heavier than her, yet he was faster. She couldn't understand how. Unknown to her, it was not her fault. It was the fault of the whole magical society's education system. Magnus was using a simple thing in physics called aerodynamics. He had purposefully ducked down his body and his chin was basically touching the broom, different from Emma, who was riding it like a normal bicycle. I won't let you win. She suddenly tried to block his path and made fake kicks. She was not going to really kick him and endanger his life, she knew it was dumb. It had some effect and Magnus and he was again left behind. I can't lose my money like this. I guess I'll have to do it. My ultra-secret technique. He again streamlined himself to reduce air resistance and caught up to her. Then, he shouted loudly, "Oh my God!" With that, he made the most exaggerated shocked face possible and looked to his left side, towards the buildings. It was human nature to be curious, so Emma also looked to her left. And soon, she felt a pinch on her right cheek. Flick. Ouch! She cried. Magnus had flicked on her right cheek with his finger. See you at the finish line. She immediately realized she was fooled. But all her attempts to get the lead were futile as Magnus continuously flew away from her. This is cheating. She complained loudly. She immediately received a reply with fading laughter, "My mummy told me to treat girls equally." Ha 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 ha. She pouted and continued on to return to the finish line. Soon, the crowd came into her view and with a frowning face, she landed on the ground. Magnus and Emma were both surrounded by their excited classmates. But then, an angry Madam Hooch came. That was extremely reckless, Mr. Pendragon and Ms. Vanity. You two are to spend 2 hours in detention. Magnus didn't protest, he was just happy for having saved his money from this witch. He turned to her smugly, "Hey, I will tell you the name of the book tomorrow. Ha! She scoffed and walked the other way. Miss Vanity, the detention is that way. Madam Hooch interrupted her, embarrassing her even more. Magnus, holding his laughter, walked towards the detention room. While leaving, he waved towards Ragnar and Severus. The detention room of Hogwarts was nothing but a room with some students' desks. There were also many bookshelves. But to Magnus' horror, all of them were about how to be good students, Hogwarts laws and other things related to that. There was no teacher but instead ghosts, keeping an eye on them. But, to his surprise, he and Emma were not alone. There was a curly-haired boy too. Sirius, Magnus voiced. Sirius and James were sitting on the front side of the room. Sirius looked back and laughed, "Ha ha, we knew you would come here sooner than later." James also added, "Finally, the god has come down among us mortals." Yeah, what are you in for?" Magnus asked as if they were prisoners. "We made our classmates have opposite genders voice with the help of a powder. Professor McGonagall caught us. This was yesterday. Today Sloane sent us here because we put pepper powder in many cauldrons." Everyone ran out of the lab coughing. Sirius explained as if they were triumphs. "What kind of animals are you?" Emma blurted. "And who do we have here?" "Miss Righteous Princess." "Since when did a Slytherin start worrying about people?" James retorted. "He's also a Slytherin." She pointed to Magnus. "No, he belongs to all houses, we heard the hat. Besides, I've known him from before Hogwarts." "But I don't know you." "What's your name?" Sirius asked her, this time seriously. "I am Emma Vanity," she replied. Sirius' shoulders relaxed. "Ah, so you are one of the better pure-blood families. What did you two do? Kiss in public?" Magnus nearly choked on his saliva. "What the, no. We were racing on our brooms." "Who won?" James asked almost immediately. He was a fanatic when it came to flying. Magnus proudly raised his head. "Who other than me?" "Ha, he cheated." Emma protested. "Sure, the loser always has some excuse," Magnus spoke back. Hearing this, Emma huffed and went to a corner to sit alone. "What's her deal?" Sirius asked. "Ignore her. She just lost a bet." "So, what do we do here now?" "I don't want to read those books," Magnus asked. Both Sirius and James looked at each other. They nodded and made Magnus sit with them. "We were planning a prank. A big one this time. It might take some time to complete. No hard feelings, but we want to turn the pants of all Slytherin boys into skirts. Also, put lipstick on their faces." Magnus nodded and thought for a second. It can be done. But it will need a lot of planning. Let's do it." "Are you serious? Will you prank your own house?" they excitedly asked. "Sure, why not? They have been a pain in the back since day one. Always acting so strictly, there is no fun," Magnus complained. Sirius was happy. "Cool, let's do it then." And so, they started planning. After a while, their detention was over and they could go out. Emma angrily left alone. Magnus also decided to leave. "Let's do this." He raised his hand to high-five them. They also high-fived him, and Sirius and James high-fived each other too. But, to their horrors, they suddenly found out that their hands had gotten stuck together. What happened?" Sirius questioned himself. "It's as if someone glued our hands," James observed. But when they turned to look at Magnus, he was already walking away and was at the door. Realization quickly hit them. Magnus looked at them one last time with a mischievous smile. "Have fun sleeping on the same bed, lads." He left after that. Sirius and James looked at each other in horror. Apparently, the pranksters got pranked. "That bastard!" Sirius cursed. "This was a good one, admit it, Sirius. But we will have our revenge soon," James said, already planning ahead. "That's fine, but what about this? We can't go out there. They will think we're involved," Sirius nervously said. And for the next few months, rumors spread around the school that Sirius and James were hot on each other. It was suspected that the rumor came from them holding hands and a certain loudmouth from Slytherin. You can see the Hogwarts building on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 38, 38. True blood status. A week passed, Magnus was enjoying his life in Hogwarts. He would usually spend most of his time either studying, practicing magic, trying to make the liquid luck, pranking his friends or flying. But, now his life had a headache. That girl Emma was always trying to get her revenge by trying to prank him, although none of them succeeded. He had asked her to get him an advanced potions book. She did it grudgingly, but her grudge didn't stop. I'm telling you, Mag. She got a crush on you. I mean, if I was a girl, I'd be after you too. You are every girl's dream, a strong, intelligent guy, their Prince Charming. Heck, you are going to be the king. Ragnar had gotten really comfortable with his words around Magnus, but around others, he was still like a puppy, though Magnus was changing that too, by slowly making him grow a spine. Snape, who was walking on the other side of Magnus, shrank his nose in disgust. What a vile thought to have. Ragnar scoffed, "Don't lie to me, Severus, if you were a girl, you'd be drooling over him too." Magnus laughed, "Well, he already got someone to drool over, so stop this hanky-panky talk of yours. Did you practice the charms I gave you? You should at least know the lifesaver ones." Yeah, I did. But they are too hard for me. I mean, I can't seem to be able to move my wand correctly," Ragnar argued. Snape shook his head in disappointment. "Such a waste of talent. Your potioneering is probably the best in history and you can't even cast charms." Ragnar looked at him with fake anger. "Yeah. You're the one to say. Stop ogling that Gryffindor girl now and focus on your studies." "Okay, stop fighting now. I will be going with the old man Dumbledore to Gringotts tomorrow. I gotta take the inheritance test," Magnus revealed. Mr. Malfoy was talking about discussing something with you yesterday. He did not ask me, but I did hear him." Snape suddenly spoke. "Sev, stop idolizing that man. He is a manipulator and he's been trying since I stepped on this school grounds. If you're just after his family name and resources, then I've got more than that. Though I don't know about the money side of the situation, I will know that tomorrow," Magnus advised him. They walked into the Slytherin dungeon. But as soon as Magnus entered, he felt the presence of magic and immediately ducked. Ahara! No! It was Emma, trying to plaster a cake on his face. Asterisk bam asterisk. It hit Ragnar's face. He turned angry at her. I will not help you at potions now. Ha! Magnus smirked. That is once again, 12 losses and 0 wins for you. Just give up, girl. You are too small for this. He turned to the side and went to talk to Narcissa Black. She was, although a manipulative woman, she sometimes seemed very nice, as if that was her original personality, but the cold one had taken over. He couldn't imagine how a man like Lucius was able to win her heart. He had nothing except good looks and a family name, maybe some brain too, but it was as good as nothing. Good evening, Miss Black. He greeted her. I told you to call me sister or just Narcissa. No need to be so formal now, Magnus. She replied with a smile, which seemed half genuine and half politically driven. She sat by the fireplace, reading some random book about blood purity. He was still not sure if she knew he came from a Muggle family though. Still having trouble with potions? She asked. Yup, I'm just average at it. I want to be better, he said, with a bit of frustration in his sound. She chuckled. It's okay being average in a few things when you are outstanding in all others. Have you thought about what you will do after school? Be the king maybe? He muttered. By now, everyone knew the reason he had Pendragon in his name. Maybe I can help. Lucius appeared and took a seat. Magnus took his senses to the highest limit. This man was not to be trusted at all. And what might that be? He questioned. You are an elite, Mr. Pendragon. You are the descendant of one of the oldest magical families and the ruler of a nation. You deserve to be someone great. I myself think that if I do work for someone, he must be the greatest. Lucius started weaving his web. He was trying his best to manipulate Magnus. He believed Magnus was pure blood because of his magical talent. The part about him being the inheritor of King Arthur too was guessed to be a blessing of Merlin. Do you know about your ancestor Merlin studying under Sorlaser Slytherin? Lucius asked. Yes, I know that. He must have learned a great deal from Sorlaser Slytherin, to be able to rise to become such a famous wizard. Magnus replied by overemphasizing on Sorlaser, wanting to see where Lucius was getting to. Lucius smiled. Yes, that is indeed the case. If it weren't for Sorlaser Slytherin, Merlin would have never been able to rise to heights. Sorlaser Slytherin was a great wizard with unimaginable power. But, sadly, his future generations all died. There are no descendants remaining, all except one, the true heir to Sorlaser Slytherin. Magnus acted shocked. Who is he? A great man, who believes in us, the purest of blood. Under his command, the wizard kind will see a new era, where we rule all. Lucius dreamily explained. He then finally announced the name. His name is Lord Voldemort. Magnus quickly put 2 and 2 together. So that dark wizard is after me. His followers are killing people. Does Lord Voldemort wish for the service of an 11-year-old child? Magnus asked. Ha ha, no. He is very wise and caring. He does not want you to do anything. He only wants you to study and get stronger, but, to show allegiance you will have to get a tattoo on your arm. Lucius said. Magnus nodded. Lucius was already gloating inside his heart, thinking it was mission successful. What do you know about my family history? Magnus asked suddenly. Lucius was confused. Of course, they must be respected pure-blood wizards. To be related to Merlin, you must have a long history. Lucius was speaking nonsense now. He was not able to find out about any magical family related to Magnus. So he guessed that it must be some secret family. Magnus shook his head. No, you are wrong, my family are actually muggles. I am the first wizard in the family. And, to the offer of Lord Voldemort, I refuse, he announced. Nearly everyone present there stopped talking. Many had their eyes widened at the revelation. Especially Narcissa and Malfoy. The atmosphere tensed a lot, feeling as if an explosion would happen at any moment. Lucius gritted his teeth so loud everyone could hear them. He was not a person to get angry so easily, but right now, he felt betrayed, deceived. He even treated Magnus so well after what happened on the train. He lowered himself just to have a good image in front of him, but now, it was not necessary. Narcissa, on the other hand, looked at Magnus in pity. Lucius got up from his chair. His worst guesses had turned true. You filthy mudblood. Deceiving us. Using us. Stand up. Sit on the floor. That is your rightful place. That is your worth, right on the filth. Magnus did get up, with a calm and plain face, but his blue eyes now looked dark red. His chin held high in pride and confidence. He had already decided before coming to Hogwarts that he was not going to let someone bully him. So you got deceived by a filthy mudblood. What does that make you, a person with intelligence even lesser than a filthy mudblood? Ah, you are ultra filthy pure blood then. Magnus talked back in a chilling voice. Shut up. Mudblood. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Lucius had taken out his wand and its pointy tip was touching Magnus' head. Do it? Magnus voiced with a smile. Just then, Lucius felt something. He looked down. There was Magnus' wand and its tip was touching his crotch. His eyes flickered in a slight panic. He turned back to Magnus. You wouldn't dare, mudblood. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Do you know we all have the same DNA? We are all humans of the same species, called Homo sapiens. Ah, what am I even asking? Your primitive chimpanzee brain cannot comprehend such complex concepts. I recommend you do it. Blow my head out, but I promise you, you will not be able to make little Malfoys with sweet sister Narcissa then. Malfoy family patriarch wouldn't want that, right? Magnus mocked him, loud and clear, in front of all. In his short time here, Magnus had learned one thing about Slytherin. That it was the law of jungle. The strongest rules all. Now it was Lucius. But Magnus needed some followers too. Even 1 or 2 would be enough. I will kill you. Lucius was still enraged. Magnus smiled. Do it? But know one thing, you will be killing the last descendant of Merlin. The whole magical world will be after your blood then. Not just yours, but your whole family. We've even got enough witnesses. It was a stalemate now. Magnus was getting tired of it. Lucius most likely didn't have the guts to do anything. He could only scare people. Asterisk bam asterisk. Tilde thanks dad tilde. Magnus kicked. A perfect army-style kick to the knees of Lucius from the side, making him fall to his knees. Next, like a dragon putting his claws on his neck, Lucius saw Magnus grabbing his throat. His grip was inhumanly strong and his eyes looked chilly. ****. Before coming to this school, I was not playing in the sandbox in the park. I was learning, reading, and by reading, I knew there would be bigots like you. Lucius Malfoy, what should I do to you now? Should I end it?" He was, of course, bluffing. He couldn't kill someone like that. Also, he had never killed anyone and didn't want to do it at such a young age. What he wanted was for Lucius to surrender. Lucius was shivering, as he couldn't breathe properly. "Surrender," Lucius Malfoy Magnus advised. It was a huge humiliation for Lucius. He couldn't let this end here or he'd turn into a laughing stock for entire magical Britain. He was a 7th year, an adult wizard. After all, losing to a first year was out of options. Never. Mudbl Lud. Confringo. Lucius instantly aimed his wand at Magnus and a bright yellow light came out of its tip, straight towards Magnus's head. **boom***. Underscore 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 underscore. /n, Confringo is a blasting curse. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ****, Umar Latif ****, Julian Ricamera ****, Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 strawberry chocolate coated ice cream. Effect, no effect, will make you fat like normal ice cream. Kidney stones please. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 39. A mess. Many held their breath as the bright yellow light came out of the tip of Lucius's wand, headed straight to Magnus' head. It all happened so fast, yet time seemed to have gotten slow. Snape and Ragnar had gone to the dorm room so they weren't there to react. But they were halfway to the common room when they heard the commotion going on. But when they arrived, they were already too late. Confringo. Nuuuuuuu. Narcissa was seen shouting as she knew the consequences of this. All looked in horror. Already knowing what would happen to Magnus' head now, it would be turned into a pulp. And they immediately felt dread, because all this was happening inside the common room of their house. Magnus was not dumb, he was already expecting the zealot to act like one. He was too into the whole pure blood theory that he truly believed he was superior to other people. Magnus had his wand in his other hand, just waiting to counter. But what had shocked Magnus a little was that he had not expected Lucius would hit to actually kill him. He was only expecting some small retaliation. Does he not love his life, Tilda? Magnus used his wand to counter the attack with all his might. He cast a counter to the blasting curse. The counter was nothing but to use another blasting curse to neutralize the incoming attack. Confringo. He muttered immediately and countered the attack. The two spells touched each other and there was a small high-intensity tug-of-war between them, but it was eventually fading away. Crack. Oops! Magnus exclaimed as he noticed a crack on his wand. He prayed that it would hold on till the end of this incident. Boom. The two spells stopped each other with a bang. But the loud boom was actually from Magnus' wand. It was in pieces now and he had fallen back due to the blast. Lucius stayed kneeling on the ground, now silent and a bit shocked that his magic was stopped by Magnus. He again tried to lift his wand but realized something. He wasn't able to lift his arm, he couldn't even feel it. He started hyperventilating a bit. Magnus looked at Lucius. So I broke your arm. Sorry about that, but I didn't expect that you would try to kill me. Then he looked around and said, now, if someone were to ask, can I expect that everyone will be truthful here? Everyone there understood what he meant and they nodded their heads nervously. Magnus, are you okay? Ragnar ran up to him. Yeah, I'm fine, but can't say the same about my wand. It was incompatible with me anyway, he muttered. Lucius's eyes widened when he heard that. He could have killed me if he had a good wand. Severus, can you call Professor Slughorn? He's the head of Slytherin after all. Magnus requested. Nodding to him, Snape left the hall. You mudbell. Stop it, Lucius. We need to get you to the infirmary. What if the damage becomes permanent? Narcissus suddenly voiced, indirectly trying to save his skin now. Lucius stopped blurting and nodded to his girlfriend. She helped him get up with a few loyal followers of Lucius. She looked at Magnus while going away and felt conflicted. She knew what happened today had totally destroyed the face Lucius had in front of him. Now she feared that if the Dark Lord didn't win, the Malfoy family was done for. What happened? Ragnar asked him. He found my heritage and called me Mudblood. Magical society really needs a makeover. People are openly supporting Dark Lords and murderers. He replied. Wait, which Dark Lord? Ragnar inquired. Voldemort or something, Magnus said, but, for some reason, Ragnar's face stiffened hearing that, though he did not say anything. What happened here? Slughorn quickly came to the common room. He saw the destroyed furniture and Magnus' wand. Everyone was looking at Magnus, so he immediately asked, what happened here, Mr. Pendragon? Racism, that's what's happened. Lucius Malfoy tried to recruit me into the army of a Dark Lord named Voldemort. I refused and told him I belong to a Muggle family. He called me Mudblood and blasted a confringo straight towards my face. Thankfully, I was able to save myself, but my wand got destroyed in the process. You might want to take the testimony of all around us and also check the record on Lucius' wand. He immediately clarified. Hearing this, Slughorn was quite horrified. Racism, illegal activity and mortally endangering someone. These were taboo in Hogwarts. He also felt very bad hearing the name of the Dark Lord. Rest assured, Mr. Pendragon, we will get to the bottom of this. Where is Mr. Malfoy? Slughorn asked. In the infirmary, his own magic ended up breaking his arm. Magnus shruggingly said, as if beating the 7th year while being in 1st year was no big deal to him. Magnus looked around himself, at the various half-blood Slytherin or just those who were from pure-blood families who didn't align themselves with pure-blood theory. On the other hand, Muggle-born wizards were extremely rare in Slytherin, and at the moment, only Magnus was one. Magnus saw adoration in many eyes. He internally smiled, mission successful. It was good that most students were already in their dorms at this point, so the words didn't spread as fast. Dumbledore, of course, took this matter very seriously. He was in fact notified about magic being used in the Slytherin dungeon, and he was already on his way. When he heard everything from Slytherin, they headed to the infirmary. There, he saw Madame Pomfrey fixing Lucius' arm. "It's nothing too serious. Just the joints are broken, I'll fix them in a jiffy, but it will hurt," she evaluated. Lucius gritted his teeth. "That mudblood, how dare he, we thought he was pure, like us." 10 points taken from Slytherin for using foul language in the school. Dumbledore walked in. Lucius turned to Dumbledore with a face full of contempt for him. But he decided to stay quiet. "Mr. Malfoy, I need you to surrender your wand. You are a suspect in a violent crime that took place in the Slytherin common room. All testimonies have been recorded and it has been ascertained that you are the aggressor." Dumbledore demanded. "I am Lucius Malfoy, heir of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. You cannot do this with me, not for a mere muggle-born," he argued, and refused to give his wand. Dumbledore shook his head in annoyance. "That was not a request, Mr. Malfoy. Also, let me remind you, the one you attacked belongs to the most respected and ancient family in the country. He is both an Emrys and a Pendragon." "Ha, we don't know that. There is no proof except that Talking Hat's words," Lucius countered. "The proof will arrive soon too. Now, hand over your wand. The Aurors will be coming here soon," Dumbledore again requested. But, seeing Lucius not moving, Dumbledore just waved his own hand and the wand from Lucius' pocket flew to him. "You will get this back once the Aurors have determined its history." Dumbledore didn't stay anymore and turned around to leave. But Lucius was raging behind him. "My father will hear about this." Lucius turned to Narcissa. "Contact my father and tell him to come here and meet me. Also, give me your wand, I must let the master know about this." That mudblood dared to go against him. Without questioning, Narcissa did as asked. Slytherin common room. Magnus was told to not go out of there and also to not touch his broken wand. So, he just took a seat by the fireplace and played chess with his friends. "You are really the best in charms. Seriously, defeating a 7th year who surprise attacked you," Ragnar commented. Magnus proudly laughed. "Ha ha, that is why I tell you to, focusing on charms is also necessary. Because potions will not win you duels." "Do you think Lucius will be suspended?" Severus asked. ****. Likely not. His family is powerful, he might get some punishment, but considering he is nearly done with his school, they won't suspend him. But, I will make sure the world knows about this," Magnus smilingly said. "Man, you are seriously more Slytherin than anyone else," Ragnar distastefully said. "No, I am just smart. Slytherins are egoistical backstabbers, according to the hat," Magnus argued. Eventually, an Auror arrived at the school and started investigating what had happened. It was a man with a weird-looking one eye. He seemed to be a paranoid man, judging by how he was looking at everyone as if they had committed a mortal sin against him. He came to Magnus. "I am from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Auror Alastair Moody." "You the Merlin kid?" "No, you are mistaken," Magnus replied. Moody turned to Ragnar, who he already ascertained was not the kid he was looking for because of how thin Ragnar was. "Where is he? Call him, I need his statement." Ragnar awkwardly pointed to Magnus. "He's the one." Moody scrutinizingly looked back at Magnus. "Why did you like it?" "I don't remember being registered as Merlin Kid in the school registers." The human species uses names for a reason. How would you feel if I called you Owlhead? Magnus argued. Moody stared at him in the eyes for a few minutes, then suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, good, good, you got some spine, boy. You can see the broken wand and Moody on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 40. Inheritance test. Bam *. Damn, look at my student. What a good kick. Arthur cheered from one of the paintings he had hijacked in the common room. Merlin also saw the whole event unfold. You did well teaching him martial arts. Merlin praised. Of course, it is better than your mumbo-jumbo. Real men wield swords, dickless ones wield sticks. Arthur barked back. Merlin angrily turned to him, what did you say? Mumbo-jumbo. Just keep watching. Boom *. Magnus stopped the magic attack on him. Merlin looked at Arthur, you were saying something. Without magic, he would have lost his head. What the, is this Lucius boy gone mad? Arthur asked in shock. Sigh. This is what magical society had degraded to, Arthur. This is what Magnus is up against. Merlin tiredly replied. He had been in Hogwarts as a portrait ever since his death, so, he knew what was going on. Ha ha, then Magnus will have to beat many asses. I can't wait. Arthur laughed, with pure confidence that Magnus would succeed. Magnus gave his statement to Moody. The man wanted to ask some stupid questions but he was shown his place by Magnus's quirky answers. For example, he wanted to ask Magnus about how he became the descendant when both his parents were muggles. Magnus just said that it was heavenly tribulation and he was tested by the lightning striking him 500 times when he went to see the Great Wall of China. After that, he went back to his dorm room to sleep. The next day, he was to go to Gringotts with Dumbledore to have an inheritance test. It was the weekend so he had nothing to do anyway. He would have spent his time studying. But, while he slept, in Dumbledore's office, a serious chat was taking place. That damn boy, he's too smart for his age. Moody angrily said. Calm down, Alastair. I had told you that he is smart, it was you who was out of the line. Dumbledore defended Magnus. That brat called me 50 different names in a matter of 15 minutes. His tongue is really sharp. Look at this blunder now, although I take great pleasure in seeing that Malfoy boy getting beat up, I don't want any drama right now at the Ministry. And I am sure now Abraxas Malfoy is going to create a drama for his prized son. Moody said. I understand, Alastair. I have arranged for everything. Tomorrow, when Mr. Pendragon will complete his inheritance test, I will allow him to give an interview. Once the world knows that he is the true descendant, most will either not have the gall to oppose him because many will come to him to join him. Let's not ignore the reverence of Merlin. Dumbledore elaborated his plan. Moody nodded. Yes, if I was a muggle or half-blood wizard on the streets, I would have come to him to become a follower. I hope your plan works and Abraxas does not pursue the matter. What about Lucius Malfoy? By normal rules, he should be expelled. No, I will not do that. We already know now that he is under the influence of him. If I expel him, it will only push Lucius towards him faster. Here, we can keep an eye on him. Psi*, you should go back now, be sure to come with enough security tomorrow. He advised. Moody got up. I know. Are you sure you don't want that boy trained? From what he did today, it's obvious that he's a prodigy in martial magic. Dumbledore didn't look at him and continued writing something on a page. No, he's too small. Letting him be affected by this dark world at such a young age would only take away his innocence. And you know what happens then. What a waste. Moody grunted and left. The next day, Magnus got ready to go out. He kept his broken wand to himself. It was tied with a lot of glue and was working at 20% efficiency. He met with Dumbledore in his office. From there, they were going to apparate to Diagon Alley. Mr. Pendragon, please, if you will. Put your hand on my arm and do not let it go. You might feel a little disoriented after reaching. Dumbledore warned him. Magnus, like the proud closet Gryffindor he was, went ahead and held onto the old man's arm. Here we go, Dumbledore signaled. *zip***. While traveling, Magnus was regretting trusting this old man. His brave Gryffindor mind was not ready to face this torture on his little body. He felt as if someone had pulled out his intestines, squeezed them dry and then put them back in, followed by forcing him to drink water. Mummy said never followed strangers, how could I be so foolish? He thought in his mind while trying not to throw up. Although the traveling was instantaneous, to him, it felt like an eternity. Magnus felt like he needed to vomit, but nothing would come out of his mouth. You get used to it with time. Dumbledore consoled him. Magnus shook his head. No, I'd prefer a broom over this any time. Dumbledore then took out a lemon candy and gave it to Magnus. Here, eat this. It will make you feel better. If you feel good, then we will go. Where are we? Magnus asked while eating the candy from the stranger. Leaky Cauldron. A room I had reserved. Dumbledore explained. After a few minutes, Magnus felt better. He conjured some water in a transfigured glass he made from a candle nearby. Dumbledore nodded, seeing him perform magic so easily. He is very talented. But at least, Dumbledore had a positive view of Magnus because of his cheerful and open personality. For some reason, he always felt that if Godric Gryffindor was alive, he'd be like this. Let's go, Professor. Magnus felt better and went out of the room. As they walked to the bank, many people greeted Dumbledore. He really had a good image around the place. What does the inheritance test involve? Magnus inquired. It is complex magic. Whenever someone opens an account in Gringotts, they also let them scan you with magic to determine any heirs in the future. But inheritance tests are very strictly regulated because there could be thousands of people related to some magical families because of squibs going to Muggleside and living there. Dumbledore explained. Who controls this test? Magnus asked. Only Hogwarts or the Ministry can give permission for an inheritance test to be done. Now, your case is special, so expect a small crowd of people. The Minister for Magic will also be there. Some journalists will be there too. You should give a small interview after the test. Dumbledore suggested, not trying to force Magnus to give the interview. I'll think about it, Magnus replied. To be honest, he was feeling a bit excited right now. He felt like he was going for treasure hunting. After walking a few minutes, they finally appeared in front of the bank. Lots of Aurors were there, trying to keep people and journalists away from reaching them. Ignoring them shouting Magnus' name, they quickly entered the bank. Inside, Minister for Magic Eugenia Jenkins was there with a few of her special people. It's a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Pendragon. She politely greeted him. Likewise, Minister. Magnus greeted her back. Magnus looked around and saw lots of goblins were looking at him with various expressions. As if he was a prized trophy. Many were already contemplating how much money Magnus would find in the vault. After waiting for a while and talking to the minister, a goblin in a suit came and showed them the path. Come with me, this place is not right for something so important. He requested and led the way. They came to a big office. There, a golden paper was set on the table with a small golden knife by its side. The room was decently big, but there were no windows and looked to be heavily decorated with gold. It was to Magnus' liking. Gold was his favorite any time. Mr. Pendragon, please put a drop of blood on that piece of paper. The goblin instructed. Magnus did as asked. He went ahead, made a small cut on his finger with the knife that was too sharp and dropped a few drops. It looked as if his blood had dropped on water, as it got dissolved in the paper. Then, in a show of magic, names and other details started coming up on the paper. But, to everyone's shock, it did not stop after writing 2 names and their assets they were expecting on it. A third name was being written, meaning that this third name was the least genetically connected to him, though still connected a bit. This was the reason why inheritance tests were regulated, because any bloodline could resurface due to some long-lost squib bloodline, and goblins hated when that happened. A goblin came forward and took the paper. He read it and passed it to the head of the bank. When he saw it, his eyes too went wide in shock. He looked at Magnus and spoke, "Congratulations, you are just what you say. A descendant of Merlin and King Arthur. But, the third name. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters or my Naruto fic on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely *. Thank you for your support.